Now, see, the subject of the project management is based upon logic. Logic and lots of maths and science also, of course. The logic is so logically speaking. So guys, you can tell me, not those who have done the Primavera training, they already know. So mainly Ashwini and Bhaskar. So you guys tell me that what is the sequence of the construction of a house? So which one do you think that, which figure do you think is the first and then next and so on?
B, B, D, C.
Okay, so I write 1 on B. Next step
is D.
D. So I write here 2, then
it is C.
C will be the third number, third
then
step. A will be the fourth step. Yes, correct. Then
F and then E.
Yeah. Okay. Then the last one, of course, will be the E. So E is the basically the last one, and we have a finished product, right? So, you know, if you look at the view, it is an engineering view. It's called the isometric view. So we are not talking about the isometric view. Basically, we are talking about the logic. So similarly, so, you know, every engineer needs the logic and the maths to get their planning done. So the planning and the project management involves a lot of logic, and we will develop upon that logic. Some people think that I should take up examples from only one industry, particular industry. So that is not possible, because all the engineers, they understand the project management equally well, and everybody needs to use it equally well. Okay. So engineering, you already know. Let me add project management on top of it and you will shine, right? So first of all, here is an interaction. It's not a question. So if you see a question mark, it is not a question mark, but it is an opportunity for interaction. So what is a project? So can you guess? Do you have any ideas? Do you have any sort of feeling that, okay, so this is what is the project management? Guys, tell me, what is a project? Or what do you think is a project?
Project is a unique product or services and yours which has a start and finish time.
Okay, anything else you would like to add?
Anything left to add here? I don't think so, but yeah, maybe you can add, sir.
Yeah, any activity that has defined start and defined end time.
So a project is a set of activities, right? This is what you are trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else someone would like to add more? Okay, guys, so let me show it to you. According to the definition, standard definition, which is given by the PMI. So PMI is the organization which has standardized the project management. Let me give a little bit of history. See what happened, that the project management is as old as the earliest man-made objects, like big structures like the pyramid, Great Wall of China, cities of Mohenjo-daro, and the aqueducts of Rome. So the project management has been around. Now, what happened that during the early 40s, you know, the Gantt chart. So Gantt chart was created by Henry Gantt in 1890s. So he also wrote a book on the project management. The book is called Organizing for Work. So the word project was not used till that time. So they used to call it organizing for work. Now, what happened that after some time, a lot of professors, you know, so they wrote their own books on the project management. So a lot of the books were in vogue and they were being used by the engineers and the managers. So in 1969, a club of the engineers, you know, they came to the conclusion that the knowledge which is there in the various books, they are all good, but, you know, we don't have a common point. We don't have a common ground. So they thought that why not take all the knowledge and standardize it? Standardization means that something which is common for all, something which is useful for all, something which has a value for all, something which can be used by all, something which can be understood and communicated by all. So that is standardization, right? So I'll give you an example of the standardization. See, many years ago, each of the mobile company would have their own chargers, right, guys? I hope you remember those times. Small pin, big pin, thin pin, round pin, flat
Yes,
pin,
sir.
right? Do you remember those times? It was a hell lot
Yes,
of a
yes.
problem. Even within the
Nokia
same
charge.
company, they would introduce a different model of a new phone and they will come up with a new charger pin. So then came, then mankind realized that, all these chargers, they are going into the waste basket and, we are rejecting around 1500 tons of the material into the waste. Okay. So they're all going into the waste. So then all the mobile companies agreed that we will use like a common USB-B. They came up with a USB-B type of the pin and which has the charging voltage of 5.5 volts. So then the charging became standardized. Now the world has come to the USB-C, right? So this is called standardization. So after standardization, it has become so easy. When you buy a mobile phone, you can opt not to buy a new charger. You can use your old one, right? Right or wrong, guys? So this is called standardization. Now, coming back to the project management, this is what was happening. Every professor was writing his own book and which was good, which worked. But then when you came to do some work, then you would realize, oh, there is some gap. So then someone would say, why don't you read that book also? Why don't you read that book also? People were ending up reading 5 books. Okay, to understand the full picture of the project management. Then came then PMI was found by the project engineers. They said that no, we should standardize it. We should come up with one handbook. So they called it project management body of knowledge. So they brought all that knowledge. It's not a book, but a BOK, B-O-K, body of knowledge. So the knowledge from many books was combined and a standardized knowledge was found. According to the PMI, the definition of the project is a temporary endeavor which is undertaken to achieve an objective. So initially you can visualize a project like a triangle. So in this triangle, you have 4 triangles. So 4 constituent triangles. One is the time, cost, and the scope. These are called triple constraints. So time is a constraint. So guys, do you know that what is the meaning of the word constraint? So what is the feeling it gives? I'm sure that you must have used this word to communicate.
Something make a conditional, like constant. If you put this means conditional.
Actually, constraint means limitation. So I say, in the project, we have got a limited time. See, whenever a client will approach you, he will not give you infinite time. He will say that, look, you have a limited time in which to do your project work. If you can get this done, you can have the project, and he will give you a limited amount of the budget or the money. He will be basically asking you for a limited price on which to settle the contract, right? He says that there are many other providers. And then within the limit of the time and the cost, you'll have to complete the scope, that is the work of the project, and achieve the satisfaction of the client regarding the product functionality, which is measured by a term called quality, right? So now this can be visualized like a constraint, and when there is a limitation of time, cost, and the scope, then there is a pressure on the quality, right? So if the time is less, and it will exert a sort of a pressure upon the quality, and cost will also exert a pressure upon the quality. The scope will also exert a pressure upon the quality. So the quality is subject to the constraints of time, cost, and the scope. And if the quality is not satisfactory, the product is said to be of poor quality, right? That is why it is very much important for us to understand the project management and then use a software to implement it practically. Now let us understand the time. So what is the meaning of the time? So time has got 2 components. So let me write their names here. So I write the names here. One is the duration and one is the schedule. So I would address this question especially to Bhaskar and Ashwini. So guys, please tell me that what do you know by the word duration and what do you know by the word schedule? Give me a wrong answer, just feel free. I'm sure that you have used these words, duration and the schedule.
Duration is number of days taken from start to the end.
Yes. Schedule?
Start date, end date.
Correct. So, basically the duration is basically a unit of time or a time period. So it can be represented like this. I'm going to write the abbreviation and I would like you to guess. So can you guess and expand this? MHDWMO?
Minutes, hours, days, weeks, and months.
Correct. And what is the schedule? Schedule is created by the software. It has got the start and finish date. Actually, it is not just the date. Actually, inside the software, it is date plus time. So we choose not to display the time because, when you are doing the projects which are big, the time part is very much insignificant. You don't need to look at the time parts. So now, if we are doing any, say, planning for, say, 3 days or the 4 days, like a training program like this, which might be running into a duration of a couple of days, then we would like to display the time part also. Then it becomes significant to see if I want to show that which topic will get how much time. So the time part will be also significant and it will be displayed. But if you're doing big engineering projects, so basically you will be showing the date only, but internally the software will always calculate the date plus the time. Okay. Now comes the cost. The cost has a term which is called the price, which is related to it. So guys, I would like you to draw upon your feeling or experience or knowledge that what is the difference between price and cost, or what is the relation? Tell me, guys, just make a guess. Interact with me. Feel free to give me a wrong answer. Okay, so that's not a problem.
Price is the value of the product.
Yes, correct. Then what is the cost?
Cost is it is inclusive of price, but
Yes, yes.
can say the selling.
See, but let me tell you, guys, listen carefully. The cost and price, both of them are the amounts of money. So the cost is the amount of money which is used to complete the work of the project. So basically the cost is spent for, I'm going to write here, man, machine, material, and cash, right? So, these are the four major cost of getting the work done. We need to pay for the time of people, for the usage of the machine, and for the quantities of the material that we use. Okay, so we are spending the money on man, machine, material, and cash. This is called the cost of the project. When the project is completed, it creates a product which is valuable. So the valuable product has got a value index. So basically, the price is the, we can say safely, we can say it is the value index of final product. It is the value index of final product. So that is the price, right? So is this clear, guys? So the price is basically, it is driven by the market forces. You cannot push always the price. So the price is a limit. So that's why I say that there is a constraint. So if the price is limited, then the cost will be also limited. So you cannot always push the price because there is a competition in the market. But the value of the final product is definitely there. So in the human society, we are exchanging the values. There are two values which are exchanging. One is the goods and one is the services. And we use an instrument called money. So money has got numbers. It just says, like in India, the currency is printed with 10, 50, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. 500, then 2000, that is got numbers on it. So price is basically the value index of the final product. So as we are exchanging the values, so we get a higher number if we create a value. So value has got a price, and definitely something which is of value, its quality must be acceptable to the client. But before we come to that, we have to understand the word scope. So the scope is also connected to another word which is called the requirement. So guys, I would like you to guess that what is the meaning of the requirement and what is the meaning of the scope. So both of them are related. So guys, please guess and tell me.
Uh, Scope is something, the amount of work or work packages needed to deliver a project or product.
Correct. And then what is the requirement?
It is
Requirement is something, some features, I can say, capability of features, something we can
Yes.
associate with those product, with those scope.
Yes, correct. So basically, just like we go to a restaurant and then we are seated, the waiter will come to us. Suppose there are 4 people, he will ask, sir, what would you like to have? So he'll note 4 food items, food item 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is the requirement of food. Now, after he gets the requirement of the food, then what he's going to do? He is going to take this requirement list to the backend. In the backend, there is a role called chef. The chef will look at the list of the requirements and then he will ask his team members to do something there in the kitchen. So he might be, basically, I'm just trying to picturize it for you. He might ask people to bake something, cut something, fry something, prepare the spices, put something into the microwave, boil something, blanch something. He will ask them to do various tasks, right? So that is called the scope of the project. So requirement is the list of the features and functionalities of the product, and scope is the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the requirement of the client, right? Is this clear? So requirement is wish list. So I'm going to write it in short. So requirement is the wish list and scope is the work to be done by the engineering team. And the scope is the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the wish list of the client. Right, guys? Is it clear? Now we come to the quality. As you can see, the quality is sandwiched between the time, scope, and the cost. So quality is nothing but a set of acceptance or a list of acceptance criterias of features and functionalities. Right, guys? Is this clear? The features and functionalities of the final product, that what is acceptable as good, okay, and how it should function. So acceptance criteria. So one is the requirement, and basically the quality sits on top of the requirement. It just tells that what is the level of the performance so that it is accepted as good. Okay, so quality has to be determined in the beginning, and of course, if the quality is high, then you will need more time, you'll need more money, you will need to do more steps of the work. So basically, you should be checking these things in the beginning, and then you should be able to know that whether you need more time or the more money or more steps to be done, or you can do it within the given constraints. So if you feel that the quality is higher than the available time and money, you can always inform this to the client or to the sponsor, and you can negotiate for those before you start the project. Because when you start the project, basically the expectation of the quality should be set right in the beginning and it should be met at the end of the project. Right, guys? Is this clear? So basically, what is the project management? Is it science or an art? Now these questions will be answered in the next slide. So basically, basically the project management is broadly practiced. Basically, I would say it is science in the beginning, then it becomes an art. Once you master this thing, the top management wants to ensure timely delivery of the customer order as per scope with profit. So guys, you would tell me, can a company run without profit? Can a company function
No, sir.
without any profit? No. We need the profit also. We need to deliver it in a timely fashion, and we have to work within the limitation of the budget and time. And that's why the role of the project managers becomes very, very important. So he has to take care of essentially time, cost, and scope, but also he has to focus on the risk management, quality management, communication management, resource management. All other things are there. But these are the three things which are immediately addressed by the Microsoft project. And why do I need this training? You need this training because you should be able to plan the customer delivery in a more predictable in terms of the time, that which part of the product will be completed by which day and when the complete project will be finished. And well-managed fashion. I want to identify the key constraints. What are the constraints? Constraints means limitation, which might affect the timely delivery. I want to be able to identify an alternative solution to a task component well before it becomes a big blocker. So once you start to do the detailed planning, it helps basically you to understand that where you can get stuck in the middle of the project. And if you can foresee that with a very detailed planning, so definitely you will be able to apply an alternative solution before it can become a blocker. I want to track the progress of my project as compared to the baseline. So track the project as compared to the baseline. So guys, can you tell me that what is the baseline? I'm sure you must have heard about this word. Baseline. So baseline is the best planned value which is frozen so that you can measure the actual duration against the planned duration. You can measure the actual start time, actual finish time against the planned start and finish time. You can measure the actual resource units against the planned resource units and see that if it is varying. So we control the variance throughout the life cycle of the project, and then we are able to achieve our objective of creating a product which is passing all the quality acceptance criteria of the client, and it is considered valuable by the client. I want to use a more appropriate tool for project scheduling. So yes, in the beginning, we might be using the Excel. So guys, how many of you have used Excel in the beginning when you were planning your projects?
Yes, sir, I used it.
You used it.
I have
Bhaskar?
nothing.
Okay, yeah, so that is normal. So there is nothing wrong about it because it's very intuitive. When we use the Excel, it is very intuitive. We can list out the task, and then we put a duration column, then we put a start column and a finish column. Then we put some formulas to calculate the start and the finish dates of some. Then we go for the Excel training. Then we go for the advanced Excel training. We are able to create the Gantt chart. Then after some time, we realize that it is futile because it cannot do the scheduling part absolutely correctly because it's a software which is just like a block of a Lego. It gives an idea about the structure, but it cannot create the actual product. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, then you need to learn an appropriate tool in which the scheduling is programmed into it, and it will take care of the schedule. It can list out the resources. It can apply the resources. After applying the resources, it can give you the cost. So guys, read this sentence. The last one.
Projects fail in the beginning, not at the end.
Project fail at the way. I'll give you a classic example of this. The classic example of this is the Chandrayaan-2 project. So in the Chandrayaan-2 project, so what was the objective? The objective was that it will land a moon rover, and from the rover, a vehicle will come out, which will go around on the lander will land. Okay. See, there are three parts. One is the orbiter. Orbiter went into the orbit of the moon. Then there is a lander. Then there is a rover. The rover is supposed to rove on the moon, but the lander failed, right? In the Chandrayaan-2. And do you think it failed at the last moment, or there was something wrong in the beginning, which did not work? Actually, there was some flaw in the beginning itself. So when they started the project, they might not have noticed something. So that's why we say the project failed in the beginning and not at the end, because in the end, only the failure is visible. It's not that it failed in the end. The failure is, so we must design and we must plan. Now, this is the life cycle of a project according to the PMI. So this graph has been taken from the PMI handbook. So basically, the PMI did a research on large number of the projects of the various domains. So then they came up with this picture. So this picture is basically, this is a dotted line, which is enclosing the total cost of the project. So and inside the dotted line, there is a total cost of the project. So starting the project, so it is called the initiating phase. So in the initiating phase, so what we have, so we have some amount of money. Then in the planning phase, we also have some amount of the money. But when we are carrying out the work, we are using lots of money. So let's say this is execution. And then along with the execution, it is monitoring and controlling. Monitoring and controlling. Now this is the closing the project, closing, right? Okay. Now starting the project and organizing and preparing, they take less amounts of money, but it has been observed that when you're doing the execution or doing the actual work, so you are using lots of money. Okay, so 68 to 75% of the total project budget is utilized during the execution, monitoring, and controlling phase, right? Now you have to understand certain more things, that if I make a mistake in the initiating phase, it's very easy because, there is a sort of an objective which is written. I can change the objective of the project. I can change certain documents and it is done. And during the planning phase, we are involving more people like planning engineers and subject matter experts. We are using their time. And basically all the data is in the form of the computer data. They're inside the software. If you want to change the drawing, you can change it. If you want to change the plan, you can change it. So it doesn't take a huge amount of money. But what happens after you have created a huge structure and you realize there is something wrong and it's not going to work, and think of the say civil engineering. So you cannot recycle the material. It's not something that can be recycled. So you'll have to pull down the entire structure. So, so basically it's a huge amount of money which goes as loss during the execution phase. Suppose if you are making a correction of $1 here, if you make a mistake in the planning phase, the correction might take $3. And if you're carrying out the work, the correction itself might basically it will take hundreds of dollars here, right? I'm talking about the correction, not doing the work. So basically, if you make a correction in the planning phase or the initiating phase, okay. So basically, we should make sure that our design and our planning, that should be absolutely flawless when we are carrying out the work. There is no need for any rework. Rework is costly because rework creates a scrap. Okay. So that is the thing that you should basically keep in mind. So reworking is very, very costly. Okay. So before we go into the execution phase, monitoring and controlling phase, so we should make sure that we have done very good initiating phase, organizing and preparing the data. So that's why we need the help from the software like Microsoft Project, right? Okay, now let's go into the next slide. Let's say, there are two organizations, right? So they have a different style of the working, organization 1 and organization 2. So in the organization 1, what the project manager says, so guys, let us plan and let us not spend too much time in the planning. Let us start the work. So when they do the work, so it is the do line. Now what happens after some time, they realize that there is a mistake and then they undo. So then they undo it. So undo it why? Because they have to make sure that everything that they do is acceptable to the client, so that they undo the wrong things, then they redo. So guys, do you see this U-turn? So U-turn is the undo. So, this is how they were do, undo, redo. Do, undo, redo. This is how their project is progressing. And once it is completed and they show it to the client says, okay. So, but in this case, they spend a little bit more time. The project manager says, guys, take all the time that it is required to do 100% and foolproof planning. So what they do, then they come up with a baseline. So this is called the baseline. It's a straight line. So let me draw an absolutely straight line. It is a planned value. So planned value of the schedule, of resource units, of the amounts of the money. Then they start doing the work. The work is the green line. So, it just stays around that. Okay, mostly stays around that. Then it varies also. Then it is completed. So once it is completed, it is shown to the client. The client says, okay. So in this case also the client says, okay. But if in both the cases it is okay, then guys, tell me what is the benefit of planning? In the second case, what is the benefit of planning? Read the text in the rectangle. That shows you the benefit of planning.
Saving cost, money, resources, and redo.
Basically, when you are saving the time, cost, and the resources, so you are much more productive. Your company is much more profitable. Let me give an example. Let's say that the first company is able to do the 10 projects per year. In the second, the company is able to deliver 14 projects per year using the same amount of the investment, using the same amount of the resources. Tell me, guys, which company will have more income? Company 1 or 2? The company which is doing the more number of the projects, or company which is doing the less number of the projects? Ashwini, tell me, what do you think?
Sir, the internet gone for a few seconds, sir. So I didn't hear it.
Okay. So you just tell me that which company will be more profitable, 1 or 2?
No, definitely, sir. Because
Definitely will be much more.
they are saving time, they are saving sources, and even cost also they are saving.
Very good. So it is the second company which will be more profitable, and possibly they might be giving more salaries to their employees, and plus the second company will have lots of cash reserves, so they will be able to deal with the times like the pandemic times during the COVID. When a lot of the companies had to stall their projects. Okay, so basically the project management is useful, okay, in making the companies much more profitable. So that's why I say, yes, project manager's role is the profit manager also. He optimizes the uses of the resources. He plans the resources in the right measure. So once you use the resource in the right measure, you are able to achieve the quality. You are able to achieve the objective within the limits of time and cost, and you are having a profitable project, right, guys? That is why, everybody wants to join a good company. So what is the definition of a good company? A good company is nothing but a collection of people who are good in their skills, in their engineering and the project management skills. Is that right, guys? Good company is a collection of good people, right? So that happens through their skills and by the selection of the management and the internal trainings also. Now, this is the life cycle of a project. So the life cycle of a project will start from the first one. What is the first process group? The first process group is the initiating process group. So what is the initiating, in which you are doing the initial groundwork? What is there involved in the initial groundwork? In the initial groundwork, you are basically interacting with the client to understand the broad level or the broad objective, and then you are trying to understand whether it is technically feasible for you or not, whether it is commercially feasible for you or not. See, if it is technically feasible, then it has to be a profitable one also, right? Right or wrong? Can a company run without profits? Yes or no, guys? No, it is not possible. So basically, you are doing that in the initiating. So if your company is subject matter expert feel that we can do this project and it is commercially it is viable, it is fit, and it is profitable, then they will do it. So to do the project, they will have to do the detailed planning. So when you detail out the work to be done, it is called the planning. So once the planning is completed, then you will do the execution. And when you are doing the execution, you are doing the number 4, that is monitoring and controlling. So after the work is completed, then you do the closing process to gracefully close the project. So basically the monitoring and the controlling starts as soon as the execution starts, and it finishes after the execution is completed, right? So initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing, this is something is there in the life cycle of the every project. And where does the Microsoft project help? So what is the area of the influence of the Microsoft the project? The area of the influence of the Microsoft project encompasses this. Right, guys? Do you see the yellow shade?
Yes, sir.
Let me write here. This is the area of MS project control. This is the area of the project control. So some part of it is outside the control. In the beginning, say when you are interacting with the client. So guys, you tell me that what software do you use when you interact with the client interact with the prospective client in the beginning? What do you use? I'll tell you very simple. In the beginning, you use the PowerPoint to make a presentation about your company. You show the pictures.
Project charter also.
Projects you showcase. You might be using some videos, some clips, some PowerPoint slides, some PDF documents, some Excel to show them the numbers of the achievements of your company, right? So in the beginning, you are not using the Microsoft project, but after the initiating phase is going toward the finalization of the contract. So when the contract is signed, then the initiating phase is started, and in the initiating phase, after all the initial understanding of the total cost of the project and the total duration of the project, what is the cost, what is the duration, what are the various milestone dates, and what is the broad level risk involved the project. Okay, so after understanding all this, the contract is signed, and then we go to the planning, execution, monitoring, controlling. So this is the portion in which the Microsoft project is used to control. Right, guys? Is it clear? So you must keep this project life cycle in mind. And as we are going to do this training, we will be drawing upon this picture from our mind, and we will be using the Microsoft project. So if you are keeping this picture in mind and using the Microsoft project, you will definitely be able to have a grasp on the subject, and then you will be able to use it practically very, very effectively. So, there are 10 knowledge areas out of which the Microsoft project is directly involved in the scope, time, and the cost management. Right, guys? So just keep this in mind. So even though we do quality or the human resource management, communication management, risk management, but the scope, time, and cost is directly, because these are containing a lot of data, and all the unstructured data has to be converted into the structured data using the work breakdown structure. And then we create the time. In the time management, we create the schedule, and scope is the total work to be done, and then the schedule management, and then we do the cost management. When we assign the resources to tasks, so we can get the cost which is calculated by the software automatically, right? So this is what we do in the Microsoft project. We can track all the information about the work, duration, and cost, and resource requirements for the project. We visualize and present your project plan in a standard, well-defined format. So what is the standard well-defined format? It is mostly the Gantt chart. Okay, so Gantt chart is a very well-defined and standard format. And then we can schedule the task and resources consistently and effectively. We can exchange a project information with other Microsoft Office system application. We can communicate with resources and other stakeholders via reports. Okay, so guys, what is the meaning of the word stakeholder? Tell me, someone take the lead. Tell me that what is the meaning of the word stakeholder? I'm sure that you have used it, you heard it, you know about it.
All those important members who can influence the project in a positive or negative way. That is called stakeholders.
Something more?
A person who has interest in the project
Yes, the person who has interest in the project, the person who is basically affected
Influence.
the outcome of the project is a stakeholder. So stakeholder will be you, the client, your boss, and your team members, and your suppliers, your vendors, and your program manager, your portfolio manager. All these people, they are connected to the project. They are affected by the outcome of the project. If the project is successful, they feel good. If the project is not successful, they feel bad. So the stakeholders in a project, they want the project to be successful. Okay. Now we come to the Microsoft project. So it helps the project manager retain ultimate control of the project. See, the project can be in a good shape or a bad shape. The status of the project can be on time or behind the time, but the project manager should know what is the variance, what is the current variance, right? So it gives the ultimate control so that the person can take the right decision to put the project on the corrective course. So you can manage the project using a program that looks and feels like the other desktop productivity application. And it has the greatest similarity to the Excel, right, guys? Okay, so it will help you get started soon. So project fail in the beginning, not in the end. That's why we need to use the project management fundamentals combined with the Microsoft project. Is this thing clear, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Why the use of Microsoft project is so widespread? Because it has a computational brain that can handle issues and such as ripple effects the task in a 1000 task. See, in the Microsoft project, basically, it is keeping all the tasks in the memory at all the times. And if you are having a 10,000 task, and if you insert a new task at the beginning, all the 10,000 tasks will be rescheduled instantly within a split second. Okay. So the Microsoft project requires RAM. So at least if you have 8 GB RAM, it will be good. And then it can take care of the non-working time, such as the weekends, and while it is calculating the task start and the finish dates. So it can take care of both the things, right? So basically, it's not about the new features since you guys are going to use it for the first time. So it will be basically the complete thing for you. So these are certain, picks from the Microsoft project, what it looks like when you are going to use it. So we are going to learn all these features. Okay. Now let's go hands-on. So Ashwini, you can.
Yes, sir.
Oh, before we go hands-on, guys, I think it is the 11:40 right now, Indian Standard Time. So
Yes,
let's
sir.
take a 20 minutes break, and yeah.
Yes, sir, better.
Okay. So Ashwini, did you get your laptop? So
Not me, sir. It's
Sir Bhaskar.
Haskell.
oh yes, the Bhaskar. So did you get your
Yes,
laptop?
anytime from now it will come, sir. Anytime from now.
And guys, we also have another special friend that is Ola. The Ola. How do you feel now?
Good.
Okay. So what happened? Did you catch any flu or something like that?
It was COVID.
Okay. I hope you are now well. Okay, great. So
Thank,
good to see you
thank,
back here.
thank you.
Okay. So guys, let's take 20 minutes break and the Bhaskar try to get your laptop meanwhile, and it will be all hands on, right?
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Ashwini, just give me the remote control. Okay, great. Okay, guys, so we will go according to these rules, but before we go, so let us go and have a look at the interface. Now, let us go into the Microsoft project. So I want everybody to start the Microsoft the project. Everyone, please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are here. Okay, now everyone click on this blank project. So you will get a screen which is showing you the blank project. So you're here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are going to start from here. First, we will understand the interface, that what are the various buttons and structure of the interface first. So everyone please confirm that you are here. So we will go step by step. So guys, it will be useful if you could have, if you log in from, because I sent a diagram also, if you log in from your mobile phone also, because if you log in from your mobile, so then you can see the screen and then you can basically, you can do the hands-on on your laptop and you can view the demo screen from your mobile phone. Okay, so the same link would work. So all you need to do is you just go to the mobile Play Store. Okay, from the Google Play Store, you can download the Zoom app, and then you can log in and you can switch off the mic and the speaker in your mobile app, and you just keep the mobile app in parallel to the desktop. So if you look at that, so you will get an idea that what you should be clicking. So once you are here, and what I want you to do, I want you to save this file. Okay, so once we do some practice, it will become valuable for us. The data will become. So guys, all of you please click on the file option. Please come to the home. So now you will click on the button Save As. So click on the button Save As, and then you create a folder called the practice project. So like for the Bhaskar, did you get the laptop? Bhaskar?
Yes, sir, I got the laptop.
Okay, great. So Bhaskar, can you do this thing? You just come to your C drive, because usually these are the things which I get done. So you come to your do you have any partition like D or something? Can you create the folder structure like this? You create a folder called the work area, then you create a subfolder like Microsoft project training, just like this. Do you see on the screen?
Yes.
Work area, Microsoft project
Yes.
training, you just create. And inside that, you create a subfolder. Once again, there would be a folder called practice projects. Okay. So the practice projects is the folder where we will keep all our practice project that we will do step by step. So you create work area. Under that, you create Microsoft training. Then you create practice projects. And then in the practice projects, you will save this file. I will tell you the name, exact name by which you will have, because we have a very distinct lesson name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we will put it as 0, 1, then we'll put the name also. So once you created the folder, so what do? You come back to the Microsoft project, then you browse into this folder, and you save the first file as named as, I'm going to write the name here myself, 01 scheduling with calendars. Okay, scheduling with calendars. So you write the name of the file like this. Because we will be preserving each of the lessons in a separate file. So guys, if you are done, please let me know. Asif, Bhaskar, Ola, and Abhishek.
It's called test project, sir. The name of the project.
01 underscore scheduling with calendars. Okay, you just log in from your mobile so that you can see the demo on the mobile screen and you can do the practical on your laptop. 01 underscore scheduling with calendars. Right? So then you click on the save button. So once you click on the save, you will see the name will appear on the top. On the center of the screen, you will see this name, because when we create a new file, so it is having the project 1, project 2, 3 like that. But then you will see this name appearing on the top. Right? So everyone please confirm that you have saved. So is this clear, clear guys? So guys, please confirm. Everyone, please confirm that you have saved this file so that we can move to the next step. So in the next
Yes,
step,
sir.
I'm going
Confirm.
to explain to you that what is the structure of the interface. See, on the first row, what we have is the quick access toolbar. Do you see that? The rectangle on the top. Guys, can you see the marking on the screen which I've made?
Yes, sir.
Someone keep communicating, just one person is enough so that you get a feedback, so that I'm able to understand that you are able to hear me and you are able to synchronize with the training, right? So this is called the quick access toolbar. So this quick access toolbar is basically consisting of the tools which you want to access quickly, which you need to access quickly. That's why it's called the quick access toolbar. We can configure this and we can bring it below also so that it is more convenient to use. Then below the quick access toolbar, this is called the main menu. So guys, what do you see in the main menu? What are the options you see? You see file, task, resource, report, project, view, help, timeline format, right? You see this, the options, right? So in the main menu, it has got a sub menu which is in the format of the ribbon menu. So guys, do you see this menu which is spread horizontally? Earlier, in the earlier versions of the Microsoft project, till the version 2007, it used to be in the format of a drop-down menu. So what is the disadvantage of the drop-down? The disadvantage of the drop-down is that it is not visible at all the times. Okay, so if you are basically trying to use the software, you will have to remember all the options, or you need to take a printout, right? So that you can understand or keep in mind the entire menu structure, right guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Task, resource, report, project, view. So that is the main menu and this is the ribbon menu. The ribbon menu has got the options which are related to the main. So if there are options which are related to the task, so they would be like cut, copy, format, font, and then update the percentage of progress, mark on track, progress links, inspect. These are the tools which are related to manipulating or handling the task, right? Okay, then we come to the next option, which is the resource. So you can see all the sub options which are related to the resource pool, add resource, level resource. Okay. So, all these are basically related to the resource and you can use them very quickly. Okay. And then reports. So what do you need to do with the reports? You can create a new report. You can look at the dashboard. Then you can look at the resources and the cost in progress, getting started, custom, recent, visual reports, right? So then we come to the project information. So in this, we do the settings related to the entire project. So we can set the date of the project. We can basically change the calendar or update the calendar of the project, work breakdown structure. We can link multiple projects. Okay, we can set the baseline of the project. Okay, we can move the entire project date to a particular date. We can update the project. So we can do a lot of things which are related to the entire project. And the view lets us have a different views of the data. Okay. So we can have a Gantt chart view, we can have a calendar view, we can have the tracking Gantt view, we can have the resource sheet views, all the views, and zoom and zoom in, zoom out. We can do it from here, from the view menu. So below the view menu, so what we have, it's a Microsoft project only feature. It is special to Microsoft project only. This is called the timeline view. So in the timeline view, the first level, the summary data can be added onto the timeline. You can visualize the project from the top level. So in the form of the timelines for each of the top level, work breakdown structure or the summary task. So you can get an idea of the overall completion of the project of the major task. So, this is a very good view which gives an understanding of the project progress in relation to the time. So it gives an idea to all the stakeholders of the project, those who are not able to understand the work breakdown structure, but definitely they can understand the entire the structure of the project from the timeline view. So it is easier for your clients and the senior management to understand. So right now we don't have any data, so it will be blank. So once we have some data, it will be visible, and we can add the data. We can make a very beautiful timeline. Then we come to the next part of the screen. The next part of the screen is the view. So, this is the view menu. You can choose the view. So how do you do it? So guys, just do one thing. I am pointing out to this area. You just right click here. Ashwani, just right click here. And once you right click, you are seeing a list of the views. So, we are in the Gantt chart view. So select the calendar view. Click on the calendar. So you will see that the view has changed. Actually, it's the same data is being now represented like an appointment schedule calendar, right? So this comes up here. You right click on that same part once again, so you can change the view. Now you select the resource sheet. You select the resource sheet view. So, this is the place where you can create your resources, and you can basically put all the details of the resources, resource name, type, and the maximum unit, standard rate, and all that you can keep here. Okay, so we work mostly in the Gantt chart view. So once again, you right click here, and then, on the edge, yes, Gantt chart. So we work mostly in the Gantt chart view. So the left side will not only tell you in which view you are currently. So you are currently in the Gantt chart view, and you can right click here, you can change the view. Now we will try to understand the portions of the screen. So guys, this part of the screen is called the table, and the right side part of the screen is called the Gantt chart. So let me write the labels here. So this is the table. So this part of the screen is called the table, and this part of the screen is called the Gantt chart. Now, what are the components of the table? The components of the table is the columns. So the columns are placed at the tops. So guys, what you see at the top is the columns. And on the Gantt chart, we have the time scale. So what is the purpose of the time scale? The purpose of the time scale is to measure the timeline, the length of the timeline for each and every task. So for example, I'm going to put a task here. So I'll write a task here. Okay. And I'll say that it is task 1. Let me put the duration. I'll put the duration as the 20 days. So now then what happens? So as soon as they put the task duration, so it is creating a length of a, so this is called task timeline. So this is called the task timeline. So it has got a time scale. So in the scale of time, you can see the units of time. So there are 2 units of time. One is the greater unit and one is the smaller unit. So right now, what you can see in the time scale, this is the scale of the week, and this is the scale of the day, right? And this is the timeline. So the timeline is representing the length of the task in the sort of a the sort of a bar or a strip. So this strip is basically, this strip, the task timeline is equal. Basically, this task timeline is showing you the physical representation, like some sort of like it is showing you 20 days, right? So if you have any task which is shorter, it will have a shorter time scale, like you say task 2. So task 2, let's say, is of 10 days. So any task which is basically shorter will have a shorter time scale, like shorter timeline, right? So it is representing the time visually. So this Gantt chart was created by Henry Gantt in 1893 or something. So he published a book also, Organizing for Work, and he gave the complete theory and practice of the Gantt chart. So it is very easy for people to understand that how the time is calculated, how the schedule is calculated. Now, in between the two, there is a bar here. So do you see this bar here, guys? This is called the divider bar. This is called the divider bar. Now, what does the divider bar do? It helps you basically subdivide the screen between the table and the Gantt chart. So guys, just do this thing. You grab this bar and you move it toward the left side and move it toward the right side. You do this exercise 20 times. Okay, Ashwani, just go ahead and grab the divider bar with the mouse, because you should be very much familiar with this, and you will be doing it multiple times in a day. Okay, so that will help you balance the screen between the columns and the Gantt chart. Okay, so guys, you have done that. Okay, so this is the divider bar. So if you want to see more of the column information, you slide it toward the right. And if you want to see more of the Gantt chart, so you can slide it towards the left. Okay, so normally we keep it 50-50, right? So that is how it is. Now we will understand each of the columns. Now, in the first column, so this is called indicator column. So indicator column is having icons. Icons are a small little picture which shows some information about the task. So once the picture comes up, we'll be able to understand it better. Just keep in mind, it is automatically displaying the picture according to the task. Now, the next is the task mode column. So in the task mode column, there are two modes. So one is the automatic and one is the manually. So normally we need the automatic scheduling because that is the basic benefit of a software. So the manually schedule is used very, very rarely. So what we can do, that if we wish that all the activities will be automatically scheduled, so what we can do, there is a switch here at the bottom. So guys, if you look here carefully, you will see a switch here. Right now it says new task is manually scheduled. So we can switch it to the automatic scheduling mode. Okay, so guys, just do this thing. You click here and you select automatic schedule. Because automatic schedule is a great value of the software because it helps automatically calculate the start and the finish date of the activity. So please make this switch. You just click here and you select automatic below. No, down at the bottom. Yes. Because after this point, if you create a new task, you write a new activity here, so it will be in the automatic mode only. You just write here task 3 and you put in a duration of 10 days, task 3, and you put in a duration of 10D. If you write here 10D, it will be automatically scheduled. Right? Do you see that it is getting automatically scheduled? Now, guys, do you see a line here? You see this line? So can you guess that what is this line for? This line is actually representing the project start date. But why all the projects are starting on the...
Hello, Sujoy.
Yes, tell me.
Please, the automatic, where is it? I can't find it.
So you just basically you enter some task here on the screen, as you can see, and then you can scroll toward the left or the right a little bit. Maybe it is off the screen, right? For you, if it is gone off the screen, so what you can do, you can basically select the task, go to the task menu. On the task menu, you will find there is an option here, scroll to task, then you will be able to locate this. And
the automatic schedule, I can't find it.
Which one?
Automatic schedule.
Oh, the automatic schedule? Yes, you just have a look on the screen. You just go to the bottom. Do you see this, the arrow which I am pointing at the left bottom corner?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, if you click here, So, if you click here, it will show you two options, auto and manual.
Okay. Let me check.
Okay. So you can find it. I'll wait for you to look
Oh,
at it.
it's not. It's not showing anything like that.
No, it must be hidden or something, you just see what is the resolution of your screen.
Please let me share my screen with you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Okay. Yeah. So you will find it. And then you select the automatic scheduling. Now, automatic scheduling is what we do mostly because once in a while, it's a very rare, the chance that we need the manual schedule. I'll tell you that where we might need the manual schedule. The manual schedule will be used for meetings. So when we have the engineering activities, they are having a sequence and they all need to be automatically scheduled. So could you find it? Okay. Now, guys, this line is representing the project start date. Now, what happens? So, whenever you start a new project, it will pick up the today's date. So, guys, what is the today's date? Today's date is 12th Saturday, right? So the project start date is the 12th Saturday, but the activity start date is on the Monday. Guys, do you see that? By default, it is putting all the activities on Monday. Right? Why it is putting on the Monday? Because Microsoft project knows that you won't be working on a Saturday or a Sunday. So whenever you create a new activity, even though the project start date is on the Saturday, it is showing the start line on the Saturday, but all the activities are starting from Monday. Right? Do you see this thin line? The project start date?
Started in my leg. Oh, my toe, maybe my leg.
Okay, so is this clear, guys?
I from my head today.
Now, guys, you will see that whenever
Just required again today. Oh, wait.
We can spell you for it.
Yeah.
so guys,
You
you have the people behind you, so you need to mute your mic. And okay, guys, now let us come to the main points. So you must be seeing that whenever we are navigating across the screen, there is a small little help that pops up. So we are going to configure the software so that we can basically set up the quick access toolbar and we can stop this. So guys, what I want you to do, I want you to go to the file. Please come to the file, the option here. And in the file option, you go to the bottom. In the bottom on the file menu, you will see options. Okay. So once you clicked on the options, you will see a pop-up here. So guys, you are here in the project of the options.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, please confirm that you are here. Okay. So the first option which is selected by default will be the general. So in the general, so guys, you go to the screen tip style and you select don't show screen tips, right? Don't show screen tips because the screen tips can be basically interfering with your comprehension or understanding. That could be very much irritating. So first of all, you select the screen tip style, don't show screen tips. Okay. Is this clear, guys? You have selected? Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
now you come to the drop down which says date format. I would like you to select a date format which has got maximum information about the date. So it will start with a day of the week, then it will have date and then the time component. So you select these three. Select the day, then time, and the date. It should have the combination of all these three. So you select this format, which has got the maximum information about the date. So you select it. Please have a look at the demo screen and please cross-check that you have selected this option. Yes, Abhishek, tell me, what is the problem? Tell me.
I'm working on my this laptop, official laptop, and it is having a Microsoft Project version 2016. Now, since I'm already working on a project that is for other client, not Indian client. So if I make these changes, will it be applicable to other files as well, or only limited to this file?
No, it will be limited to this file only, so you just don't worry.
Okay.
But even if you want to change the format, anytime you can change it. So once you have learned that how to set something, how to change something, you can always change it according to that particular project. That is the purpose of this training, okay? To give you the complete control. Okay, just don't worry about the date format. Date format is not going to change your data. It is just going to change the way you are displaying the data. So here we want the maximum display of the date data. Okay. So guys, you have selected this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can click on the OK. Just click on the OK. Okay. So once you've clicked on the OK, you will notice that these columns. Okay, this column, the date of the columns is having lot more data. So what you can do, you can basically increase the width of these columns to display the full data like this, right? So you can see day of the week, date, and the time, right? Now, since we don't have any data for the timeline, so this timeline can be switched off. To switch off the timeline, you just go into the view, and then you will see toward the right side, there is a checkbox. So this checkbox can be unchecked and you can switch it off for the time being, because once we put some data there, then it will be useful to come back to the timeline again and include the entered data into the timeline. So for the time being, you can switch off the timeline, right? So just go to the view and then uncheck the time. No, you just first you click on the view. Okay, first of all, guys, you click on the view menu, then you uncheck this box and just keep it that way. Okay, and save the file. So how to save the file? To save the file, you have to click on the floppy button, or you can do Control S with your left hand. Okay, with your left hand. So you can do certain things with the mouse. With your right hand, you can do certain things with your left hand, like Control S to save the file, Control X, Control C, Control V. You can do it with your left hand, right? So guys, you are synchronized up to here. Everybody please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Asif, you are synchronized?
Yes, sir. So task one has to be also automated. Make it, then it will be okay because I did it.
Yeah, so that's okay. We had just entered just to see how it works. So we are first going to understand the concept of the calendar, then we will come back here again. And right now, guys, we are going to make a setup of the quick access toolbar. So what we are going to do, see, the quick access toolbar is right now at the top. We are going to bring it here. Do you see the bigger rectangle below the ribbon? We are going to bring it here and we are going to add more options into the quick access toolbar, because it is very important to configure the quick access toolbar to make it more user friendly, right? So that we can have more options at our fingertips and we are able to navigate and use the features very quickly, and we can work very productively, and we can work very fast. So we are going to configure that, and for that purpose I'm going to switch over to my screen. I'll share my screen, I'll explain to you, and you will do the same on your screen, and your quick access toolbar will be configured and it will be brought below the ribbon. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to switch to my screen. Okay, and guys, make sure that you have the secondary monitor on, that is, which is your mobile phone, right? So I'm going to launch the software first. Just give me a moment. So guys, once you see my screen, please confirm. Any one of you can confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, on my screen, you can see that the quick access toolbar is below the ribbon and it has got lots of tools here, right? You see that? That's what we are going to do. Now, I want you to click on the file. So guys, you just go ahead and click on the option file like this. So everyone look at your secondary monitors and do exactly on my screen. So you're into the the option. Now in the file menu, can you click on the options here? Okay. So guys, are you in the options? So in the options,
Yes,
you got to click on the quick access toolbar.
yes, sir.
Okay, you are here.
Yeah.
So everybody please click on the quick access toolbar. On the quick access toolbar, the first thing that I want you to do, I want you to select this checkbox at the bottom. Do you see the rectangle at the bottom?
Yeah.
And you select that. Now there is a drop down here. It says choose commands from the popular commands. So what do you do? From here, you will select all commands here. First of all, you select all commands in this drop down. Right? Okay. Now look at the right side. On the right side, there are certain tool, and these tools can be found on the left side. So once you found the tool, like if you want to find, so you can exclude the publish, you find the undo, redo like that. U for undo, R for redo, you will find them as you scroll down, or you can press the first letter and you can find them. And after finding that, so what do? You click on the add. So you will be able to take the option from the left side to the right side, right? From here. So what I want you to do, I want you to look at the rectangle, which I marked in the red color. And from the red color rectangle, you select the options into the green color rectangle by using the add button, right guys? So you have to move the options from left side to the right side. So what you do, you look at the options, I mean the tools which I have on the right side, you find them in the left side rectangle and you click on the add button to take it to the right side. Okay. So it will take around like 5 minutes. You take your time, you do it. And once you have brought all the items, so if you need to sequence the items according to the list here, you can use the arrows. Do you see the up arrow and the down? The arrow, you can use the up arrow and the down arrow to sequence the tools as per my screen. So you start with this, and after some time, when you become more proficient, so you can have your own sequence. So right now you have this sequence, okay? So, okay, guys, so you get started. And once you're done, please let me know. Okay, guys, please tell me that where are you? So you're done? Have you got all the buttons you need? Yes, Ashwini, but tell me.
Yes, sir, done, sir.
You have done, and have you put them in the sequence?
Yes, sir.
To the sequence,
sir-
you can select a button. For example, if you want to push up a button, you select the button, you push it up and down. Okay, so you can sequence them like this. So I want everybody's screen to look the same because I'll be going to your screen after some time. And when I move from screen to screen, everybody's screen should look the same. So guys, please confirm.
Sir,
Yes, tell me.
I didn't get this insert summary task. Only I get insert task.
Summary task. So just make sure that first of all, you select all commands. Right? And then you click on the I. So once you click on the I, you will go into the I, starting with the I. Then once you scroll down, you would be able to find insert summary. So insert summary KLMNOPQRS, you will be able to see the insert summary task. Okay. So make sure that you have selected all commands. So after you have selected insert summary task, then you click on the add button, it will go to the right side. And then you bring it to the bottom on the right side. Insert summary task. Okay. So
Let me check again.
So I think in 2016 version it is not there. Insert summary task. Only insert task is there. Maybe this is the reason.
It's not there, sir. Insert only task with some other more extension is there. And if I click, then it is not showing any more extensions. Sir?
yes,
I have completed as per your yes, screen.
Yeah. So let me have a look at your screen. So you just share your screen. Okay. Just go ahead and share your screen. So let me have a look.
Okay, sir.
Just give me the control. Quick access toolbar, insert summary, choose the commands in all commands, then insert summary, KLMNOPQRS, insert shapes, insert table. So it does not have. So maybe there is a difference in the version, just don't worry. So you have most of the options which you need. Okay, link task, unlink, scroll, insert column, zoom, copy, information split, insert task, but you don't have the insert summary task. Just don't worry. That is good enough. And you guys make sure that the options don't show screen tips should be there, right? Don't show the screen tips. Okay, and click on the OK. Okay, so you're here now. So everybody has this. So guys, please confirm. Asif, tell me that you have been able to get this here.
Yes, sir. I have completed all those list of those quick access toolbar.
And you have the quick access toolbar below the ribbon menu, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's great. Now, guys, I'm going to show you certain concepts, then come back here again. So this is about the interface. We will learn more about the interface. So now let me show you. There are certain buttons, quick access buttons, which are basically pre-programmed into the software. So if you look down on the right side, you will see there is a button. So this is the Gantt chart. and the Gantt view, and this is the resource sheet view. So, you know, these are the two, and these are actually, there are 4 or 5 screens which are very frequently used. These views are very frequently used. You know, that's why the Microsoft, basically they have put it here. One is the Gantt chart view and one is the resource sheet. Resource sheet, you can click here because, you know, these are the views which we use very frequently. So that's why they have put it here. But we can access the resource sheet view from here also. If you go and click on the left-hand side, you can click on the resource sheet. So basically, you can click on the resource sheet from here. You can go into the resource sheet view from here, or you can click on this option like this Gantt chart, and you can click on the resource sheet option from the right side bottom also. Because these are, you know, this is based upon the feedback from the industry and from the end users that, you know, we need to see these views very often. So they have put it here for your convenience like this. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now after we have understood all this, now we are going to understand that what are the rules of the scheduling. So how is the scheduling created? So we will go into this file. You don't have to do anything. You just stay here, and you just have a look at the demo screen. So you can read. Now, the Ashwini, I want
Yes,
you
sir.
to read these scheduling rules from 1 to 5. You read them loudly.
Okay. Schedule, first is schedule is created by calendar. Then subpart of one, project calendar, that is created automatically when a project is created. Second, resource calendar, created automatically when a resource is created. Third one, task calendar, that is created only by the user, used for very special reasons, for example, urgent or continuous tasks. Then second point is schedule is adjusted by critical path, not working days like weekends and holidays. Third point, schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Fourth point, schedule is adjusted by date constants. Fifth point, schedule is adjusted by resource, that is man or machines.
Okay, great. Now, let us understand the word calendar. Schedule is created by calendar. Do you see that created by calendar? But if you look at the next, all the next point, they're showing the word adjusted, right? You see that from the rule 2, 3, 4, 5 onwards, you will see the word adjusted. Now, the schedule is created by calendar, and how it is created by the calendar. And what is the calendar itself? So guys, you know what is the origin of the calendar? Okay, if you don't know, let me tell you. See, in earlier times, the mankind was hunter-gatherers, and hunter-gatherers, they don't need the calendar at all. They will just go out of their cave and they will hunt something and they will come back. So they will hunt some animal, they will gather some vegetable items or those items, and they will come back, right? So they don't needed a calendar, but slowly mankind started to settle down near the rivers, like the major rivers. If you look at the world, the major civilizations, you will see the ancient civilizations, they developed near the river because mankind developed a certain taste for certain food, grain, and you know, the vegetables and fruits. And then mankind started to grow them, you know, because it is easier to grow. They realized that if you sow the seeds over a large area, then you have the lots of food throughout the year. It offers a lot of food security. So to have food security, mankind turned into agriculturists. They became farmers. They created farms, not only for growing for the vegetables and grains, but they also started the farming practice of the animals. So they started to domesticate the wild animals. They domesticated the animals like the cattle, like the cows, buffaloes, and goats, you know, for milk, and sheep for wool, and horse, okay, for movement, for going from place to place. You know, they domesticated the camels and all those. You know, they started the farming practices. Then mankind also realized that if you want to have your favorite foods, you know, grown more in more quantity, in better quantity, then you have to follow the pattern of the season. So the earliest calendar was created to to track the pattern of the season, because mankind realized that a season comes back after 365 days. So they represented that in the calendar. So the earliest calendars were created for the purposes of agriculture. So when mankind had food security, then came the culture. So culture means happiness. So they started to celebrate the festivals. And after that came the religion. So the calendar were also marking the religious event in a particular region. So there are many calendars, the calendars which we use currently internationally, it is called the Christian era calendar. So the year of, the year 0 is considered as the year of Lord Christ's birth. And similarly, there are many calendars, like in India, we have a Vikrami calendar, which is running into the year 2080 right now, or 2079 or 80 right now. So there is a calendar used by the Arabs. So it is running into the year, I believe, is 1425. Okay. So basically the calendars are used for culture and for religious practices these days, but mainly when the calendar originated, it was basically to track the seasons. So why do we need a calendar in the organization or in the project? We need to have a definite start and finish date. That is why we need a schedule which is created by the calendar, right? So we will understand from the rule number 1, and then we will understand the variants of the calendar which are there in the Microsoft project. So the first calendar which is created by default whenever we create a new project is called the project calendar. So the project calendar is inbuilt. The moment we create the project calendar also gets created along with the project file. So we will work upon the project calendar first of all, then we will create the resource calendar, then we will create the task calendar, and then we will understand that how the project calendar, resource calendar, and the task calendar, they create the schedule. Then we will learn about the rules 2, 3, 4, and 5 to understand that how the schedule is fine-tuned or adjusted as per our requirement. Okay, by this 2, 3, 4, and 5 options. Okay. Now, everybody please move into the Microsoft project. So everybody please come here. So guys, we are going to do everything hands-on. See guys, it's a hands-on training and it is not a demo. Okay. Okay. So everybody please confirm that you are here. Okay. Now, the first thing that we see that your date is having the date 14th. It is saying Monday, but today is Saturday the 12th. Since the Saturday and Sunday, as per the current calendar, it is the non-work day. That is why, it is shifting all activities which are created in the automatic mode. It is shifting them to the Monday because Monday is the first working day in the current calendar configuration, right? Okay. So is this clear, guys? Okay, now, guys, what I want you to do, I want you to change the start date of the project. So everybody click on the option project. Okay, guys, you're here. So any one person can say yes or no. So I understand that I'm connected. So someone who is seated in a very quiet background, in a very quiet room. So that person, please communicate with me. So now you click on the option change working time. No, sorry. Not on this. You just close this. So guys, please click on the project information because we are going to change the start date of the project. So everybody click on the project information.
Okay, sir.
Now guys, you will see that once you click on the project information, there is a piece of information which you can change, that is the start date. So I want you to select the 1st of January 2024. So you click on this, but click on this button here and you scroll to the month of January 2024, scroll toward the right side and you select the 1st January, which is Monday. Okay. Okay. So everybody please confirm that you have selected in the start date 1st January Monday, right? So why? Because, I'm sensitizing you to the fact that you must start planning earlier. So planning is not an overnight thing. It takes time. to plan. Okay, it takes time to plan. And then after you have created the plan, you have to troubleshoot the plan. You have to get this plan seen by many subject matter experts. Then you have to draw up a list of the resources which you intend to use or which you plan to use in the project. Then you get approval for those resources from the resource manager and other management people. And then you have to mobilize the resource to the site, and then you can start the project. So guys, please be sensitive to the fact that you should start planning early. The planning itself takes time, and planning has to be done very, very meticulously and diligently, because you can sort out 80% of the problems in your project during the planning stage itself, right? So have you selected the 1st of January? So Abhishek, are you seated in a quiet room?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you can say yes or no so that I am able to get a cue. So because I'll be able to judge the speed of most of you from one person. If one person says yes, it means that everybody has done the same. And then you click on the OK button. So after you click on the OK, you will see the starting date will change here, and your activity will move to the 1st of the January, right? So your activity has moved to the 1st of the January, but manually scheduled activity will not move because this activity is manual. So guys, what I want you to do, I want you to delete all this. So you select from the left side. On the left side, you click and you select and click the delete button. So delete button is the physical delete button. No, not this one. The physical delete button on your keypad. Go to your keypad and you find the delete button and click it. Okay, yes. So after you have clicked it, and then you write here task 1 and you enter a duration of 7 days. Write here task 1, and in the duration column, you enter 7D. You write here task 1 and you write here 7D, D, small d. D means day. You don't have to put any space. So once you put that, so you will see activity has been created, but it is not visible. So I want you to click on this button here, scroll to task. You click this. So guys, do you see that once you click this the button, you can scroll to the task, right? So is this clear? Okay. So everyone's here on the 1st
Hello.
of 2024. You're here, right?
Hello.
Yes, tell me, Ola.
Please, let me share my screen.
No, you
Something
tell
else.
me that what happened.
My screen moved. My time, my task
Okay.
page moved.
Okay, show me. Yeah, you switch to the MS project. Yeah, so this is fine. So you got to be moving toward the left side. So you're fine.
How did you move it?
So from here, see your screen, if it moves, so what you can do, you can click here. Okay, so basically, you can basically scroll the columns like this.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so
now let me help you delete. First of all, you select all these activities and click on the delete button on your keypad. Click on the delete of the button on your keypad.
it's deleted.
Now, let me tell you one thing, guys. Microsoft Project directly derives the date format from your system, right? Unlike the Primavera. So here, so let me set the system date of the format here. Just give me a moment here. So I will set the system date of the format. So which I call is a friendly format. So everybody can understand it. So let me go into this time and language, and then language and region, and administrative language settings, and then formats, and I will do the additional settings here. So the currency is fine, and currency is pounds, and the financially So basically we should have the negative currency stated in the brackets and time. So this is time is fine. Then we'll go and set the date. So I call it the friendly format. So friendly format is like this: DD, MMM, and then YY. And then the long date will have the day of the week also. And of course, the date and month. So this is the friendly format. It is easily understood by all. Okay. So it is neither Indian nor UK, but you know, it is understood by all. You see this format here, guys, date format, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So it is easily understood by all. So now you write here task 1 and you put in a duration of 1 day. Task 1 and you put the duration here 70. Yeah. In the duration column, you write here 7D with a small d. So once you put the small d, you know, it is going to create the activity timeline. So this is the timeline. And you know, this is the start date. Now, the start date is the Monday. So you can see a very thin line here. So this line may not be immediately distinguishable, but you know, this is the start date of the project. Now, guys, there is one more thing. If you look at the Gantt chart, you can see that the non-working days, like what is the definition of the non-work days? The non-work days are the days which are your weekends, which are your holidays. So which can be the personal leave taken by a person. These are called non-working days. So if you look here carefully, the non-working days are represented in faint gray. Do you see this faint gray? Very faint. Now, the problem with this faint gray is that it might be visible on your laptop, but when you project it onto the projector, suppose if you're going to have a meeting and I'm transferring my practical experience to you. So when you have that meeting, you know, what is going to happen? So, you know, sometimes they are not visible on the projector, right? So what you would need to do, we need to change the color to which is visible. Okay, now let us do this thing. So guys, everybody please right click here. Everyone please right click here on the middle of the Gantt chart. So guys, after you do the right click, you will see there is an option here, non-working time. So guys, can you please select the non-working time? Okay, I'm just pausing here for a moment. Everybody please confirm that you are here. So Ashwani, Asif, everyone, Abhishek, please confirm that you are here in this small little toolbox. So you are here, guys?
Yes.
See, in this toolbox, you select the red color from the drop down. You select the red color, and then from the next drop down, you select the dot pattern, dots. Okay, select this one. This is the dots pattern. Yeah, select this. Okay, just hold your screen because you are the demo guy as well. And don't change anything else. Okay, so guys, you made these two choices, red color and the dot pattern here. Please look at the demo screen and you do the same thing. Okay, now you click on the OK button here.
Sir, wait, sir. Repeat again, sir.
Okay, so first of all, you right click on the Gantt chart, then you select non-working time, right? Okay. In the non-working time, you select the color red and the pattern as dot. See this.
Done, sir.
Okay, good. Now you click on the OK to implement it. So once you click on the OK, this will get implemented and it will give you a better view on the screen and on the projector also. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as we can see here that when I enter here, 7 days, it is creating a schedule. So guys, do you see a start date and a finish date here? Okay. Now you write here task 2. You write here task 2 and enter the duration as 1W. You enter the duration as 1W. 1W means 1 week. So the W is a shortcut for week. You write here 1W, and the W should be written in the small letters. Okay, 1W. Now here the 1W is having a collection of 5 days. Guys, do you see that? A 5 days schedule has been created, which is starting on Monday and finishing on Friday, right? But when I enter these 7 days of the schedule, it starts on the Monday, then it finishes on the Tuesday of the next week. So it is jumping over the non-work days to complete the 7 days of the work, right? Is this clear? Okay. Now
Sir.
let us do this thing. You enter here task 3 and you write here 1H. 1H means 1 hour. Right here 1 hour, 1H. Yeah, in the duration column, you write here 1H. So guys, once you write 1 hour, you will see the finishing time is 9 AM, right? Now you create a task 4 with a duration of 4H. You write here 4H. So guys, what is the finish time here?
12 noon.
12 p.m. Yes, 12 noon. Yes, correct. 12 p.m. is the 12 noon. Now you create another task here, task 5, and you put in a duration of 5H. You write here 5H. So once you write in a duration of 5H, so guys, do you note that that instead of 1 p.m., it is finishing at 2 p.m. So guys, can you guess that why is it so?
1 hour lunch.
Yes, so there is a lunch time. Okay, so there is the lunch time in between. So in this organization, they have a particular schedule. So what is the schedule? That they have a lunch time between 12 to 1. So if you give a guy 5 hours of the work, so what he's going to tell you that, boss, I will first work the first 4 hours till 1 p.m. I mean till 12 p.m. Then I will go for lunch. And between 1 to 2 p.m., I will finish the remaining 5th hour of the work. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Mm.
Okay. Now let's see that what is the 1 month like. So you write here task 6, and then you write here 1 MO. MO is for month, is an abbreviation for months. Okay. Task 6, and you write here 1 MO. Okay, so once you write here 1 month, it is going to create a schedule, so which is finishing on the 26th, right? 1 month.
Mhm.
So guys, how many days are there in this 1 month? So let's have a look. So let's have a look at the Gantt chart. So guys, in this 1 month, can someone tell me by counting how many working days are here? How many days do you count? The working days. How many the working days are there in this?
5, 5, 5.
20 days. 20
20
working days.
working days. Okay, which you can confirm. Which you can confirm by you create another task called task 7, and you write here 20D, and you will find that both of them are having the time length of the same length. You write here task 7, and you type here 20D, 20D. So if you want to change a particular cell, you can press F2. You write here 20D. Okay, so guys, do you see that? That 1 month here, it means that it is a collection of 20 days, right? So when you write here 20 days, so guys, can you please tell me, if it is 20 days, then why the finish date is 26th? Why not it is the 20th of January? Tell me, guys.
Weekends,
Due to what?
weekend, one month, it is considering both weekend also in working days.
Yes, correct. So you know what is happening to finish the 20 days of the work, it has to jump over 3 weekends. So it has to jump over 6 days, right? See this. So here it is having 5 days of the work. Then it is having the 5 days of the work here. So all these are the 5 days of the work like this. And the non-work days, okay, the non-work days are 2 days. So 2 days are non-work in between, which I am writing in the red color. So that is why the total day is 26 on the calendar. If you add just one more day, it will become, lot more. So just make it 21 and look at the finish date. Guys, do you see there is a jump in the finish date? Instead of the 27, okay. So it is going to the 29th, right, guys?
Yes,
So it is jumping over two days, right? 27, 28, it is jumping because 27, 28 are the weekends. So it is jumping over the weekends to reach the Monday. Okay, guys, is this clear?
yes, sir.
See, this is called the scheduling. Now, how it works. So now let me show you the picture. See,
Sir,
yes, tell me quickly.
sir, 1 month it is saying 30 days, correct, sir? Or 31 days.
Basically, that is the calendar month. This is the organizational month. So I'm just coming to that point only. Just wait, just give me a moment. See, this is the duration, and the duration is an input. So let me use the correct tool. So 21 days. Right? Input by the user. Now, what happens that this input is going here. So I'm just going to draw another box. So guys, is this clear? Do you see this? Okay. Now there is another box here. So let me draw this box in a different color. So what is the output? Output is the schedule, right, guys? So the schedule is created by the software. So how does the software create the schedule? Basically, it takes the input which is given by you. So you put your duration, and it combines the duration into the calendar using the scheduling algorithm, which is inbuilt. So you don't have to program this thing, right? Do you see what is the difference between the Excel? So here is the distinct difference. So in the Excel, you don't have the scheduling algorithm, which you have in the Microsoft project. So, these columns, they are giving the output of the start and the finish date. So you are seeing the date plus the time. Do you see the time combination here? Date plus time. Now, guys, you tell me, where does the duration come from? How do you get the duration? So guys, have you heard something called expert judgment? Yes or no? Guys, interact with me. Tell me, what is your expert judgment? Expert judgment is your experience. Okay, your experience and combined with your qualification. You are having a qualification in a particular domain. So you could be a, say, civil engineer, You could be mechanical, you could be electrical engineer, you could be structural engineer, you could be IT engineer. So, you know, your experience. See, in the beginning, we are not put directly into have you seen any graduate going directly into the role of the project manager directly from the college? Tell me, guys.
No, sir. No, not possible.
It is not possible because in the beginning, all the resources in all engineering, they are put into the technical role where they are provided by the task by their project managers. So the project managers, they create the plan, not exactly alone, but they have a lot of subject matter experts. The project manager himself might have lots of experience. He can also basically judge a lot of the duration based upon his experience. So he puts it, he takes the input from the other subject matters and he creates a plan. He gives it to the people for them to do the work in a particular sequence. So after some time, when you gain more experience, when you observe the entire life cycle of the many projects that you work on, 5 years, 6 years, then you can easily move into the role of the project manager. You can understand the project management either by experience, which might take long time, or you can take some formal training like PMP or CAPM. And once you take the formal training in understanding the project management subject and plus your software, so you can use a software like the Microsoft project. And then once you enter the duration, the software will create the schedule. So how it will create the schedule? The flow is here. So people think that software will, once you enter the task, the software will determine the duration. No, it's not like that. The duration is determined by your expert judgment. And expert judgment is a combination of your experience, qualification in the particular domain, and the advice given by your subject matter experts, you know, and you can basically refer to some values which are already established in your organization, right? Every organizations, they have their own training also. So over the period, they have invented something or created or they might have innovated a product. So how they make it, all the values are kept in the knowledge repositories of the organization. From there, you can refer to them. Using these as an input, you can enter the duration. Every person who has worked in a particular domain, he understands that if I have to do this kind of an activity, how much duration will be justified to complete that activity. Right, guys? Is this clear? So
Yes, sir.
duration is input by you. So once you input the duration, the software will combine the duration with the calendar and it will process the duration plus the calendar according to the scheduling algorithm, and it will create the schedule. So you can see in the green box, what we have is a start date and a finish date, which has been created according to the structure of the calendar. So what is the structure of this calendar? This is a 5-day week organization, right? You see that? So it is starting at 8 a.m. and it is finishing at 5 p.m. So if there is an activity which is taking 2 days, it will be moved to the next working day, right? And when you look at the calendar duration, the calendar duration will be greater than the activity duration, right? Because the calendar duration is containing the non-working days also. See this, guys. I'll just show it to you. What is the working duration? See, guys, this is the working duration and this is the calendar duration. Do you see that? Do you see that? So, guys, what is 29 minus 21? How much is that? How much is 29 minus 8? So it means that it is jumping over 8 non-work days, right? Do you see the non-work days here? See, these are the non-work days. 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. So it is jumping over 8 non-work days. So that is why there is a difference. So if you are seated in a meeting, if someone is asking you that what is the finish date of this activity, you just politely say, I don't know. It is not possible for me to tell you the finish date. All I can tell you for sure, as per my engineering knowledge, it is going to take 21 days. So once I get a start date and once I get the structure of the calendar, so then after inputting this data into the software, I can tell you the finish date. So guys, do not try to guess the schedule because many times you will be stuck. Okay, is it clear? So don't
Yes, sir.
give any verbal schedules. So always create the schedule on the software because the schedule will vary from month to month. Each of the months might be having more holidays. Just like in the month of October in India, it has got maximum holidays of the year. So if you are putting any activity into the month of the October, it is going to take longer time to finish. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do not try to guess the schedule in a meeting. Don't try to commit anything. You can commit the duration because that is your engineering knowledge. So you just say that, look, I can tell you the duration, but the schedule can be produced only by the software. So I will take all your data and put it into the software. Then I will send you the schedule. Right, guys? Okay, guys, let me tell you a small little feature which will be very handy. Suppose your Gantt chart has scrolled out of the way. It has gone out of the screen like this. Okay. So suppose it has scrolled away to some side of the screen and you are not able to locate. Now, if you want to locate an activity, you select the activity. You select this activity. Click here, Ola. Okay. And then, guys, I'm sure that you have this button here. So this is called the scroll to task. So if you click here, scroll to task, it will immediately bring the activity near to the divider bar. And if you want to place this activity near to the divider bar, so what you can do, you can gently click on this arrow, or I mean this right side arrow gently, and you bring it near to the divider bar and you place it here. Why you should place it here? Because before this date, there is no data. So it is better to use the screen optimally, right, guys? Is it clear? So if your activity is
Yes, sir.
lost, so you just place your cursor on the activity and use the button scroll to task. I'm sure that you will be able to remember this. Right, guys? Is this clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, let us examine the structure of the calendar, which is creating this 5-day week schedule. So in this calendar, 5 days are working and 2 days are non-working, right? So this is having a certain pattern of the work and non-work. Let us see that what is the structure, the internal of the calendar. Now to study the internal structure of the calendar, you will have to go into the option project. So everybody please click on the option project. And guys, one more thing, I'm pausing here for a moment. Everybody please confirm you are synchronized, so that we have very minimum U-turns.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just want to.
Yes, sir.
Tell me,
Hello.
you're here?
Sir? Hello, Sujoy sir.
Yeah, can you
Okay,
please come near the mic? Actually, voice is coming. It's like an echo. So
Okay.
if you speak near the mic, then I'll be able to hear the words distinctly.
Okay. So what is happening when I zoom out from the Gantt chart? The non-working time is not there.
So non-working time, actually, basically what happens when you zoom in and zoom out, what happens, the calendar time scale is shrinking. So when the calendar time scale is shrinking, it is hiding the Saturday and Sunday. So just make sure that you use the time scale, which is having the week and the days are distinct. So what you do, you right click here. First of all, you right click on the time scale like this. So you are here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the time scale?
Yes,
And
sir.
once you click on the time scale, you will be able to see the time scale toolbox. This is the time scale toolbox. So you are here in the time scale toolbox.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now come to the middle tier and make sure that you are selecting week. Okay, make sure that you are selecting week and count is 1. Count means that you are showing every week. You're not jumping.
Okay.
So you are showing each and every week, right? So week is 1.
Yes.
Okay. Now make sure that in the size you start with 100.
Yes.
100, fine. It will give you the right view. Now you select the bottom tier. In the bottom tier, you select the unit days and count is 1. Count means 1 means that you show every day. If you select 2 or 3, it means that you will be jumping over 2 days or 3 days. Don't jump. So show every day and make sure that the size is 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, is this clear?
Yes, yes.
So after that, you can click on the OK, and this will get implemented. So you will have the time scale showing you every week and every day. And 100 means that it is comfortable, but if you have basically a smaller screen, you can increase it to 110 so that it gives you a clear view. You should be able to see the letter distinctly, M, T, W, T, F. So you can know that which day of the week, and this is basically, this is the week. So, the time scale is showing you the greater scale of time, so which is the week, and the subscale of time, which is the day. So right now it is clear.
Yeah,
You have the same. Okay.
yeah.
Now you should click on the save button. So this is the floppy. I'm not sure if in your generation, if you have seen or used the floppy disk or not. So we used to have the floppy disk. Okay. So in which the data was saved in a floppy disk, and the symbol is still here, but the disk is gone. So you click here to save the data. So you save it.
Yeah.
Okay, so after you have saved it, now we will go and explore the structure of the calendar. So to explore the structure of the calendar, we will start from the project main menu. First of all, you click on the project. And then you will click on the change working time. Okay, so guys, everybody please confirm that you are in the toolbox change working time. So it says change working time on the top. Okay,
Correct.
I'm just pausing here for your confirmation. Asif, you are here. Ashwini, you
Already.
Yes, sir. I'm with you, sir.
okay? Okay, guys. So, guys, what you are seeing is the structure of a calendar. So there is a legend here. So let me show to you what is the legend. It is very simple: non-working and working. Just keep this in mind. And those who are coming from the Primavera, so guys, I'm sure you are able to relate here. Right, Ola? Is it fine? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Asif also. Asif, you are also from the Primavera group, right? You are
Yes,
also,
sir.
you have also done
Yeah.
Primavera. So it is the same, but here there is a difference. There is an extra facility here. So when we write the holidays, we can write their names. I can write the names of the holidays. Now we will examine the details of the calendar, just like we did in the Primavera. So first of all, we will click on the tab here. There is a tab here. It says work week. So it will let me go into the details of the week, the structure of the week itself, each and every day. So guys, you click on this work week, right? So you have clicked.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then you select the default. So you click here, click on this row, and you click on the left side. You can tap here on the left side. Okay. Okay. Now that is grayed out. So it means that this option has been selected. After that, after you have selected this option, you click on the details here. Click on the details.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys. Guys, do you see the details?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And you can see each day: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. And I want you to notice something. Do you note that here it is showing you the timing? You see
Yes,
that?
Yes, sir.
It is showing you
8
the
a.m. to
daily
12
time
p.m.
for the Monday, that how the organization is supposed to utilize the Monday. So, these guys are utilizing the Monday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., right? So they are working 8 man hours. So 4, then 1 is the lunchtime. So lunchtime is not called the man hour, rather it is called the hour. Then another 1 hour, another 4 hours they are completing from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So this is how their weekday is structured, right? Now we will see that how is each of the weekday is being structured. So, first of all, you click here, set days to these specific working times. We are not going to change anything at all. We are not doing, once you click on this radio button, the text will become more visible, more clearly visible. We are not going to change anything. We are just doing it for the sake of knowledge. So do you see that, guys? You see that? What is the structure of Monday? Now, guys, you select Tuesday. You select Tuesday. So, guys, you click on this, set the days to the specific of the working time. Do you see that? It is having the same structure, right? So from Monday till Friday, it will be the same. Now, guys, do this thing. Click on the Saturday. Click on the Saturday and see that what is the structure of the Saturday. So, you know, Saturday will be totally blank. It has got no time at all. So it means that it is a non-work day. All the working days, they will have some time, but the non-working day will have no schedule here. Do you see that? No schedule. Saturday and Sunday, they don't have any schedule. So you select the Sunday also. Click the Sunday. And you will see that Saturday, Sunday, they don't have any schedule set for them. Why? Because these 2 days are non-work days. Okay. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the cancel button. We have seen the structure of the day. Now you click on the cancel button. Because we don't want to make any changes. We are just here to understand and examine that what is the structure of a particular day, right? Okay. Now, if you scroll through the months, so what you can do, you can scroll here at the bottom. At the bottom, you will see there is an arrow. If you click here, you can scroll through the months. You can go through the months, right? You can see that each of the month is having the 5 days a week, and it is having the Monday to Friday as the working days, which are represented in the white color, and the Saturday and Sunday, it is represented in the black color, right? Okay, now you click on the cancel. So this is the structure of their organizational calendar. So they work 5 days a week, and they work from 8 a.m. to 12 and from 1 p.m. to 5. So they start the business day at 8 a.m. and they finish the business day at 5 p.m. So any extra man hours of the work, it will be going to the next day. So you just enter a task 7 here and put here 9H. Just see that what happens. Put here task 7 and you put here in the duration column, you put here 9H. 9H. No, you can just press F2 and you can change the particular cell. Yeah, and you write here 9H. So guys, do you see that once you give 9 hours of the work to a person, so the extra 1 hour of the work, it is going to the next day, right? Do you see that? Because the daily schedule is for 8 man hours. So once you assign 9 man hours, the 1 man hour will go to the next day, right? Do you see that? That's why it is showing you the finish date as Tuesday, and it is showing you the finish time as 9 a.m. So it is automatically doing the schedule for you, right? So this is quite good. This is quite helpful, right? Now, those who are coming from the Primavera, so the difference here in the duration column is that if you enter 9 hours, so it will show you 9 hours. But if you remember, guys, especially Asif and Ola and I believe Abhishek also, if you enter 9 hours, it will show 1 day and 1 hour, right? You remember that in the Primavera, what it will do? It will compulsorily convert your units into the days and the hours, if any. It will convert it into the fraction into the hours. But here it retains. If you entered 1 month, you know, in the Primavera, it will convert into the number of days. Everything will be converted into the days. But in the Microsoft project, if you entered something in weeks, it will stay as weeks. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so make sure that you are getting used to it also. So both ways you will be fine. Basically, you know, if you have the scheduling rules in your mind, so you will not be feeling alien here. You will be at home, completely at home. Only the difference is that here in the duration column, so what we have here is basically we retain the units. The name of the unit is retained here. It is not converted into the days, unlike in the Primavera. So the week will remain like a week. The hour will retain like will be remaining like the hour, and minute will remain like a minute, and it is just like that, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to understand that if I want to change the structure of the calendar, then what is involved? How do I change the structure of the calendar? But before I go into that, I want you to be proficient with the time scale. Okay, because here the time scale is basically manipulated in a different manner. Suppose if you want to stretch the time scale, so you can right click here. So guys, you right click here and you select the option time scale. Here, yeah, time scale. So you will be here into the times, getting into the time scale toolbox. I'll be pausing momentarily for you to confirm that you are in the time toolbox.
Yes, sir.
You are in the time.
Yes, sir, we are there.
Everyone, please confirm.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, see, in the time scale toolbox, there are 3 layers actually in the Microsoft project. There is a top tier, then we have a middle tier, then we have a bottom tier. So right now it is showing you 2 tiers. So when I select here 2 tier, it will show me the middle and the bottom, right? So guys, just do one thing. You select the 3 tier here. You select in the drop down 3 tiers.
Mm.
3 tiers. Yeah. Select the 3 tier, top, middle, and bottom. Select it. Yes. Now you will see 3 layers, right? So what you are seeing is the first, second, and the third layer. But the top tier is showing you the same time scale. Let us go to the top tier here. So in the top tier, so what you can do, you can select the units. You can select the units as month. Just select the months here. You change this drop down to months. Instead of the weeks, you select months because month is the superset of the weeks, right? You select here months. Instead of the weeks, you select months from this drop down. Okay, so this is the weeks and you select here months, right? And you click
Sir,
on,
it is showing, it is giving pop-up, sir.
so you come to the top tier and you select here months in the top tier because the top tier is the superset. I'll be back in a moment.
The middle tier will be big.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So you select the month here on the top tier, right? After you have selected the month,
Middle tier, right? In the middle tier.
see in the middle tier it will be week and in the bottom tier it will be days, right? Because the days is the smallest unit at this point of time. It is the days. Then you select in the middle tier the weeks, and in the top tier you select the months, right? So month is a superset of weeks, and weeks is a superset of the days, right? and then you click on the OK. So once you click
Real
on,
में सर नहीं आ रहा.
yeah, I'll come to your screen. First you watch it. Just have a look. So guys, please have a look at the time scale here. So do you see that the month is being displayed on the top? Here, you see the month. Then below the month in the blue strip, you can see the weeks. And then in the green strip, you can see the days, right guys? So is this clear?
Yes sir. आ गया sir. आ गया.
This is the superset of the weeks, and weeks is the superset of the days. So you can display basically the superset on the top. So from the month, you can switch over to the greater. So what is the greater unit of time than month? You can put in the red strip, you can put their quarter, you can put their year, right? Okay. So something which is greater, right? Is this clear, guys?
Sir.
Okay. Now I'll come to your screen. Who is that facing a problem?
तो सर इस डन एक्चुअली वो उसमें जो है ना मिडिल टीयर के जो नीचे में था उसमें वो दिखा रहा था टू टीयर सेलेक्ट ओनली, तो अभी मैंने शो जो है ना टाइम स्केल ऑप्शन
Huh.
उसमें
So
टू
what you
टीयर
do,
था तो वो मैंने
you
थ्री
just go into the
थ्री
time
किया तो
scale.
फिर
Yeah. So,
हाँ
you just go into the time scale and you select the 3 tiers. First of
यस
all, you
यस
select 3 tiers because, by default, when you switch on the software for the first time, by default, it will show you 2 tiers. So from the
Yes,
2
sir.
tiers, you switch over to the three tiers. So 3 tiers means 3 layers of time. So you select 3 layers and then you go to the top tier and you switch it to the on the top tier, you switch it to the months. Okay. So guys, what is greater than the months? Quarter. So I switch it to the quarter. So that will not be a problem.
Here,
But if on the top tier, if I switch to days, then it will be a problem because you can't have the days on top of the weeks, right? Okay. If I select the thirds of the month, so it will show like this, thirds of the month. So do you see that it is showing you the third of the month? So I don't know if it is any useful or not. I've not basically used it. So beginning, middle, end. Do you see that? Beginning, middle, end, BME, right? Beginning of the month, middle of the month, and end of the month, right, guys? Do you see that? See, this is very, very interesting. See, this is the beginning of the month, and this much portion is the middle of the month, and this much portion is the end of the month, right, guys? Beginning, middle, and end of the month. So this is what is there in the time scale. But we can select something which is more familiar to us. I go to the time scale, then I go to the top tier. So instead of the selecting third of the months, I select the quarters. So guys, I'm sure that you are familiar with the quarter. So guys, what is the meaning of the quarter? Tell me guys one thing. What is the meaning of the word quarter? Quarter means 1/4, right?
1/4.
So tell me guys, what is the 1/4 of a year? How many months are there in the
3
quarter?
months.
3 months. So you will see the quarter. This is the quarter
Till
one
March.
starting from the month of January. So guys, tell me when you will see the second quarter, from which month?
April.
April.
Correct. So if you scroll toward the right, the 1st of April will show you the quarter 2. So please scroll till you get the 1st of the April on the screen. Hold it. So guys, you can see the quarter 2 here, right? So what is the quarter? Quarter is a greater unit of time than the month, right? So it can be at the top, right, guys? Is this clear? Okay. Now, guys, tell me which month will be having the start of the third quarter? Which month will be the
July.
July? Okay, you scroll
July.
here. Scroll till you get the 1st of the July on the screen. So guys, do you see the third quarter here? Right. So, this is the way the time is represented by the time scale. So basically, the time scale is like a measuring tape, right? The time scale is like a measuring tape to measure the scale of the time. Okay, now I'll show you more properties of the time scale. Now, guys, once again, you get into the time scale, you just click here and select the time scale. Now, see, normally you will see that the size is 100, right? You see that the size is 100. Okay. Now increase the size to 125. No, not by scrolling, but by typing. You just type here 125, 125. No, 125. 125 and click the OK. So you might find it more comfortable to read, but definitely it will occupy more screen, right? If you have lots of data, then you might need to use a bigger screen. Okay. Now I'll show you the way you can change the format of the display. For example, you want to see the 3 letters, like for Monday, you want to see MON, right? So you guys, you right click here on the time scale and go into the time scale. And then you select the bottom tier here. We are going to change the format in the bottom tier. In the bottom tier, what you have is the dates, right? And then you have is the label column. So in the label, so guys, first of all, you select the bottom tier. In the label, you select this 3-letter format here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And hold your screen, hold your screen, hold your screen. Hold your screen. You are the demo guy. Okay. So your friends are basically watching your screen. So guys, please confirm that you have selected in the bottom tier, you have selected the label. I mean the label having the 3 letters. Okay, guys? Please confirm that.
Yes, I done so.
Okay, now you click on the OK. So guys, if you click on the OK, you will see this implemented here. Now you might be seeing this individual days being represented by 3 letters. It is very comfortable to read, but it might not be very much sensible if you've got lots of data, right? So if you've got lots of data, you might like to pack it. You might like to pack more data into the limited area of the screen, because we have to work under the constraint of screen space, right? Constraint. We have a limitation. We can't have a very wide screen, or at least not on the laptop, right, guys? Is this clear? In case you are in an office, you can connect your laptop to a widescreen monitor, and then you can basically, if you have a very high resolution card, you can increase the resolution, and then you can have lots of data being displayed on your monitor, right? Is this clear? So this is the way you can change the display, and you can increase the width, and you can use 3 tiers. Normally, what happens is that we don't need the 3rd tier. Why? Because if it is saying the quarter, it is not much of use. Because if in the 2nd tier, I'm displaying the date, month, and the year, it gives me an idea that which quarter and which month I am on, right? So normally, we use this date format. And this date format is complete. It tells you the start day of the week. So the week is starting on the 17th, which is the Monday. And then I can basically have pointers. So guys, tell me that what is the date? Look at the arrow and tell me the date. What is the date? Which date it is?
21.
See, either you can count forwards or you can count backwards, right? Tell me.
21.
What is the date on Friday?
21st
21st,
of
yes.
June.
So yes, 21st of June. You can count from the forward, from the Monday, or you can count backwards from the next Monday. So from the next Monday is 24, so you can count backwards 24, 23, 22, 21, right? So it is 21st of the June. Okay, now let us do this exercise once more. Now you guys tell me that what is this date? Thursday. What is this date? Count it.
27.
7th June.
Hmm?
27.
7th June.
24 is the Monday, 24, 25, 26.
28.
Yes,
27.
it is 27 June. Okay. Okay, guys. Now you tell me that what is the date on this Wednesday?
Well,
12.
12th. Yes, correct. You know, you can count it from the nearest date. Okay, you can count from the 10th. But if I'm pointing to here, then you can count from the next week, you count backwards, which is the nearest, right? So tell me, what is the date of this Friday?
14.
Correct. So you count backwards. So you know you can be basically you can use a little bit of the wisdom and cleverness. You can say that okay, if I'm counting backwards, so this is 16, 15, 14. So this is the 14th. The Friday is the 14th, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
You can count it like that also. Okay. Now, if you want to optimally use the space on the screen, so then what we are going to do, we are going to reduce it to single letter, and we are going to reduce the width to 100%, and we are going to get rid of the top tier. We don't need the top tier. Do you really need the top tier? No, you don't. So guys, what you do, first of all, you right click here, and get into the timescale tool. And after you get the timescale tool, so you go to the show. No, here, come to the show and you select here two tiers. Two tiers. Correct. Now you come to the bottom tier. You select the bottom tier here. In the bottom tier, you select here the label as single letters. MTW. You select the option MTW. I'm sure the single letter is good enough for you guys to be able to interpret the weekday name. And you change the size here to 100. 100, I think, is comfortable, and it will let you accommodate the single letter and as well as optimize the data on the screen. And click on the OK. And there you have the time scale. Now you bring the screen divider in the middle. You divide the screen 50-50. And then you select this task and scroll to task. Select the task and scroll to the task. Here you have the activity timeline. So guys, so let me remind you once again. Can you hold it? If you bring it on the screen, this is confusing. So this control, I think you make it constant. See, this is the time scale. So this is the time scale to measure the time. And guys, what is this called? This bar.
scroll bar.
So this bar is called the timeline, task timeline, because it is representing the duration. So the timeline is according to the duration. If the duration is big, then the timeline will be big, right? Okay, is this clear? Okay, so then you might see a faint glow here. You know, this is basically, right now it is not visible. So it is a faint blue line. So this will be the project start. So sometimes it is visible, sometimes it is not. So your project start date is represented here. And what is the whole thing? The whole thing is Gantt chart, right, guys? So guys, have you heard the name Henry Gantt? Henry Gantt. So Henry Gantt was the person who created the Gantt chart to make it easier for people to understand the scheduling. So is this clear, guys? Now I'm sure that you can use the time scale optimally, right? So, you know, this is the best way to use the time scale, that you can use the format of this date, which is having the complete information. It is having the date, month, and the year. So there is no need to display the quarter, right? So you can know from the month which quarter it is. So you know January lies in which quarter, guys? First quarter. And if I say September, so September lies in which quarter?
Third.
Third quarter. right? And if I say October, October lies in which quarter?
Last.
Fourth quarter, right? So basically you can do with the two layers of the time scale, right guys? Is it clear? Okay. So now I will be pausing for some questions regarding the interface. So after the lunchtime, then we will go hands-on into creating our own calendar. Okay, so this is the calendar existing one, which comes with the package. And once you install the software, so why the time is 8 a.m.? See, guys, this software, it is coming from a particular culture. It is coming from the US, right? It is a US software. So what is the work culture by default in the US? In the US, people work from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. Right, guys? Is it clear? That is why it is programmed to start at, by default, it is programmed to start at 8 a.m. and the default structure of their working week is 5 days a week. So they have a 5 days a week work culture there. Okay, but we will learn to configure the calendar. We will use the example of a different culture. So in which we have a different starting time, we have different number of the work days, right? So we'll learn that after the lunch. And I'm pausing here for your questions. So if you have any questions, you can ask me right now. Then we go for the lunch and after the lunch, and we will continue. So please ask me any question. If you don't have any question right now, not a problem. You can ask me after the lunchtime. So right now it is 2:25 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we are going to meet at 3:25 Indian Standard Time. After 1 hour, I'm going to send a message into the WhatsApp group. Right, guys? So guys, you need to pause.
Who you hand over to? Have you called him today?
I'm not calling today. Whether no being go do am per se, but one.
Okay, guys, so you're here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you set your timeline to the single letter. Okay. How to set this? So you right click here. Okay. Go to the time scale, and then you go to the bottom tier. No. Bottom tier. Go to the bottom tier, and from here you select the label with single letters. Okay. M, T, W, and you click on the OK. Right? So now you are having the single letter in the time scale, and then you are having the weekly time scale. It is showing you the week starting from the 1st of January,
Sir,
Monday.
sir,
Yes, tell me.
please confirm whether other people have joined or not.
Just a moment. Let me talk to each of them. Yeah, Abhishek, you are here?
Yeah, I'm here. Just
Okay.
joined just
Bhaskar
now.
is here also. Asif, you are here? Asif, you have joined? Ola will not be joining. He just told me that he is basically traveling to some place. Okay, so Asif just sent me a message that he will be getting late. Okay, so let us continue, guys. Okay.
Okay, sir.
One thing I want to show to you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So because I spoke to the Ola, he said that he's driving. So once he reaches some place, then he will join later. Okay, so let us continue. That's not a problem. They can basically catch up with the recording, and they can join some later batch also. That's not a problem, right? Okay.
So
Now this is the time scale. So I hope now you understand how the time scale works. So you can increase and decrease the time scale by doing the right click. And you can also increase and decrease the time scale from the zoom in and zoom out. So guys, do you see this button at the bottom? It's a sort of a slider, okay? So you can increase or decrease the time scale from here also, right? So you can do it both ways. Now, if you shrink the time scale, what will happen if the Saturday and Sunday they get hidden? So the Saturday and Sunday will not be visible. Now, let us learn that how to restructure the project calendar. See, in the Microsoft project, there are three kinds of calendar. One is the project calendar, which is right there in front of you. So where is the project the calendar? See, if you click on the change of the working time, you can see that by default, Microsoft project, it provides three different calendars for the project. See, one of the calendar is the standard. And if you click on the drop down, you will see there is a night shift calendar and there is a 24 hours calendar. Right now, what it is saying that the standard, which is the daytime calendar, it is the default project calendar right now, right? Okay. Now, according to this calendar, you will get the daytime schedule. Now you click on the cancel button here. Now you go to the option project here, project information. Now you change the calendar from here. You can switch the calendar from here. If you select the night shift, click on the night shift and click on the OK. And once you did that, look at the timing, guys. You see that, guys? The timing? You see that?
11.
The timing is starting according to the night shift. So the shift is starting at the 11 p.m. on Monday and finishing the next day. Okay, it is going over to the next day, right? Because it's a night shift calendar. So the shift will end always the next day, right? And now you go into this change of working time option. And you will see that in front of the night shift, the project calendar will be mentioned, right? Now you click this drop down and out of the three, you do see that in the bracket, the project calendar word is mentioned here. Why it is mentioned? Because currently the night shift is working as the project calendar. So that is why the project calendar word is mentioned in front of the night shift. So it means that the night shift calendar is right now controlling the scheduling, right? Okay, now we will again switch back to the daytime. So to switch back to the daytime calendar, first of all, we cancel. We click on the cancel to close this box. Then once again, we go to the project information and then we select the standard. Now the standard daytime calendar will become the controlling calendar or the scheduling. Right now, the schedule is happening from the standard calendar. In the standard calendar, the starting time is the 8 a.m. Right? Okay. Now let us go to the Word file. In the Word file, so we say that the schedule is created by the calendar. We are on the 1.1. Now we are going to create our own calendar, which will have a Indian Standard Time. So you read this. You read the specification. How many days a week?
6 days.
6 days. And then read further which 6 days?
Monday to Saturday, 8
Yes.
hours
Yeah.
per working day.
8 man hour. Do you see the M? You know, M stand for man hour. So how
Man hour.
is it 8 man hours per day is the standard working day? So guys, do you know there is an organization called United Nations? United Nations. Under the United
UN.
Nations, there is another organization called International Labor Organization, right? So International Labor Organization. So once there was a meeting that to create the fair labor laws. So in the labor laws, so what they did, so they told that what is the optimal, because you know when there were no labor laws, people were made to work for 12 hours, 16 of the hours in a day. Even there was no limit at all, right? So then what happened? So you know there was a meeting of the International Labor Organization where they said that 8 man hours is the optimal working time. So because the businessmen say if a person doesn't work 12 hours a day in my company, then my business is not profitable. I'm not able to give the wages or the salary. Okay. Now, then the people said, no, it is very tiring. Then the world settled at 8 man hours per working day. So MH means 8 man hours. So in this organization, so the person for the working day, it will be 8 man hours. And then for the week, since it is a 6-day week. So guys, what is 8 multiplied by 6?
48.
48, right?
Mhm.
Now, so for the week, the working week, the man hours will be 48. Now, if the month is having 4 weeks, so what is 48 multiplied by 4?
192.
192. Basically, what we are saying is that, see, what is the difference between a day? Day is having 24 hours. So what is the difference between the day and the working day? Day is having 24 hours. The working day is having 8 man hours. That is the difference. Is this clear now?
Mhm.
Working day, working week, working month is 192. Now, guys, what is 192 multiplied by 12? You would do it in your calculator and tell me. Do the multiplication and tell me. Do it in your mobile calculator, or you can start a calculator in your window also. In your window, so what you can do, so because you will frequently need to do the calculation, so you just go into the search, you just write like this, calc. Here in the search box, you type here calc and you pin it to the taskbar. Okay, you pin this to the taskbar, and then you can come back to the calculator and you tell me that in the calculator, what is 192 multiplied by 12. You do it. You use your number keypad and tell me what is the calculation.
2304.
2304. But why we have taken it as instead of 230? Why did we take 2400? Why did we round it off to the 2400? I will explain to it. See, basically we are assuming that a month is having 4 working Saturdays. No, actually there are many months which are having the 5th working Saturday also. So I will show you the calendar. Okay. So let me show you the calendar here. So guys, if we go to the month of the September, count how many Saturdays are there in the month of September. Ashwini, please respond. How many
5.
Saturday? 5. Okay. So we go to the next month, that is the October. Now, let us go to the month of the October. Just scroll to the month of the October.
4.
So then you go to the month of the November, December, you will find that there are many months which are having the 5 Saturdays. Basically, we are rounding off the data. Okay, first we are calculating based upon the 4. Then to accommodate the 5th working Saturday of many months, we are rounding off the data from 2304 to 2400 man hours per working year. Okay. So we are including that also. Ashwini, you are disconnected. Ashwini, can you please connect again?
Let me connect again. Let me connect again.
Yeah. So
Connected now, sir.
okay, fine. Okay. Now let us go into the Word file once again. You start the Word file and you bring up that document. You start the Word and bring up that Word document. Primavera notes, yeah, here. Yes, correct. Okay, so that is why, we are rounding it off to the 2400 because there are many months in a year which are having the fifth working Saturday, right? So it becomes 2400. Now we are going to basically show the breakup of the day. One day is consisting of 8 man hours. So how do we utilize those 8 man hours? So what is the first shift? Okay, what is the first shift here, guys? Oh, just stay in the document only. Can you get inside the document? Ashwini, just stay inside this. Yeah. So guys, just a moment. So basically I have to do the marking once again. Okay. Okay. So this is the, okay. So let me scroll down a little bit. Make sure that it does not move from the screen. Okay. See, 8 man hours per day. So this is the breakup. So what is the first shift? What is the timing?
9 to 1.
Yes. Then next.
It is lunchtime 1 to 2.
1 to 2.
Then 2.
Second shift.
Then 2 to 6. 4.
Now, guys, I want you to notice something. See, for the first shift, it is written 4 man hours, and for the second shift, it is written 4 man hours. Whereas for the lunch time, it is written just 1 hour. Why? Do you know why? Because the man hours are the hours worked by the man, right? Is it clear? So that is why it is called the man hours, and the lunch time is called just 1 hour of the time. Then in this calendar, we will have the holidays as declared by the company, right? So guys, you keep this structure in mind. Now we are going to restructure the project calendar. Now to restructure the project the calendar, we will go into the Microsoft project. You click here. Now get into the file. That is the number 1, scheduling with the calendars. You click on the Microsoft project here. Yeah, and you get into the file here. No, what's happening? No, you click on the software.
Wait, sir, wait.
Okay, okay. Yes, correct. Now, everybody be synchronized and move with me step by step. So first of all, we will click on the change working time. Okay. So we are in the standard project calendar. Now we will go to the work weeks. Okay. Now we will click on the details. Okay. After clicking on the details, we want to set the working schedule for each and every day, but we want to do it for 6 days. So we don't have to do it individually, but we can select all the 6 days at once. First, you select Monday to Saturday using the shift and down arrow. Now press the shift button and press the down the arrow, or you using the mouse, you click on the Saturday, correct, like this. Okay. Now after this, you select the third option, which says set days to this specific working time. Now, what is the specific working time? The first shift will be 9 a.m. See, guys, that I'm going to do the first one, just to watch me do it. So you don't have to basically format it. So you know what you do? First of all, you clear the data. You type 9 a.m. So guys, do you see that? I did not type any space. I did not use any capital letter. In small letter, you type like this 9 a.m. and press enter. Now you press enter. It will be automatically formatted. Do you see that? Now, in the right side, you type here 1 p.m. in the same format. 1 p.m. in small letters. Okay, 1 p.m. and press enter. Then you go to the second row and you type here 2 p.m. And then you go to the right side of it, then you type here 6 p.m. without any space. Okay. Okay, so Abhishek and everybody else, please confirm that you have done the same.
Sir, ये
Yes,
default
yes.
कहाँ से आएगा?
Yeah, tell me.
Default.
Okay, now you click on the OK. So, these are the timing which will be set for all the days at once. So all the days will have the same timing. So now guys, if you place your cursor on any of the Monday, so what is the timing you are seeing here? Do you see that? Because once you set it in that tool, it will be set perpetually. See, it is a software. Software can calculate the calendar for thousands of years, right? So the same pattern will be set for the many years. So the Monday timing is this, and if you select Tuesday, you select the Tuesday, any of the Tuesday, right? You'll see the same time. And select Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one by one. You check Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you select the Sunday. Sunday is non-working. So every Sunday will be the non-working, and the same pattern will be set perpetually. If you scroll to any of the months, okay, so you will see the same pattern for thousands of years. This calendar will be set like that. Now you click on the options. Now we are going to redefine the weeks, because right now the definition of the week is that it is having 5 days a week, right? Okay, now we are going to define the week. See, what is the week? Week is having 48 man hours, right? So you change it to 48, use the scroller. You replace the 0 with 8. Don't use the scroller. Don't use the scroller. The hours per week you type as 48, and days per month, what is, guys, 6 multiplied by 4? 24. So the working days will be 24. Right? You type here 24. Okay, guys. So, and the default start time you put here as 9 a.m. because, this time will be used for the manually scheduled task. So I'll just tell you what is a manually scheduled task. Manually scheduled task is a task which requires manual scheduling. So to synchronize the manually scheduled task, if you're entering only the date, it will take only the date, right? It will put the default time as 8 a.m. So if you want the default time to be 9 a.m., so you put here 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay. Okay, fine. Now, after you have redefined the week and the months, the week should be redefined as 48 man hours, and the month should be redefined as 24, because it's a 6 days a week organization. So the working month will consist of 24 man days, right? Man day is equal to 8 man hours, and day is equal to 24 hours, right? So man day means the working day of a man. So working day of a man contains 8 man hours. Now click on the OK. Click on this. So after you clicked on this OK, you click on this OK also. So this will be implemented. Okay. After that, you will see a change. You will see that the Saturday is also marked as a working day. And you will notice that the definition of the week has changed, since it is basically, it is now 6 days a week. So that is why it is showing you 0.83. How it is showing you 0.83? So guys, you can understand the 0.83 like this. Earlier it was 6 days a week. Now earlier it was 5 days a week.
5 days.
Now it is 6 days a week. Now what is 5? Okay, 5 divided by 6. So guys, what is 5 divided by 6? 0.83, right? Okay, now similarly, you will see that the month is also 0.83. Why? Because earlier the days in a month were 20. Now the days in a month is 24. Now if you divide 20 by 24, you will get the 0.83. That is why the month is 0.83. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Because the definition of the week and the month has changed, right? So that is why it is showing you 0.83, right? And the duration days will remain the same, but the finish date will be earlier now. Earlier it was finishing on Tuesday. This activity, 7 days activity, was finishing on Tuesday. Right now it is finishing on the Monday. Okay. Now we will see that whether the implementation is correct or not. We will do a calibration check. So guys, you select all these rows and delete. Delete all the data. Delete all the data. Now you write here task 1. And enter the duration as 6D. 6D. So you just look at the length. Do you see the length of the 6 days? So it is going from Monday to Saturday. Now you write here task 2. And you enter 1W. 1W means 1 week.
6 days.
Okay. So it is also showing you the same length, right? Okay. Now you write here task 3. And you write here 48H. 48H. So this is now also having the same length. It means that they are the same units of time, same measurement. Now you write here task 4. You write here task 4. And you write here quarter month. So quarter month would mean 0.25 MO, quarter month. 0.25 MO. So do you see the quarter month is also having the same length of time, right? Now you type here task 5. And then you write here 2880M. 2880M for minutes. So do you see that 2880 minutes is also having the same length of time, same span of time. So it is just like saying that the 1000 millimeter or 100 centimeter or 1 meter, right guys? Is it clear? So basically it is up to you which time units is comfortable for your team to understand. If you are having the longer project, then you might be using weeks and months. If you are having a mid-sized project, you might be using days and weeks. And if you have like a training program like this, you might be using minutes and the hours, right guys? Is it clear? So you use the scale according to your expert judgment, according to your wisdom. So what is the right scale and what is easily understood by the team member according to the size of the project? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, the calendar part, can you revisit calendar?
Yes, sure. So you just share me your screen. I will explain to you.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, yes. Now give me the control. I'll explain to you. See, basically what we are trying to do, we are trying to set up a calendar which is 6 days a week. So let's have a look at the structure which we intend to create. So let us go into this. I want you to go into the Word file and I want you to read the calendar specification. Read this.
Yes, sir. First shift is going to be 9 AM to 1 PM, lunchtime 1 to 2, second shift 2 to 6 PM.
Yeah,
Holiday as
and
declared.
it is a 6 days a week calendar, right?
6 days,
Six days.
Monday to Friday, Saturday.
And 6 days, Monday to Saturday. Now, what is the working duration of a day? Working duration is 8 man hours. Man hours is the hours worked by a man. Then the working duration of the week will be 48 because 8 multiplied by 6 equal to 48 and 48 multiplied by 4 is 192 and 192 multiplied by 4 is 2304. But since you know from your Primavera training, there are 6 Saturdays. I mean, no, there are 5 Saturdays in certain months. So we round it off to 2400, right? You remember that? Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
if you look at the first shift, what is the breakup? How the man will work during the day. So he will give the 4 man hours of the work during the first shift. And then he will have a lunchtime. And then he will have the second shift, which will be the 4 man hour. Now, if you look here carefully here, so it is written 4 man hours, whereas it is written 1 hour. So what is the difference between the man hours and the 1 hour? You also know it from your previous Primavera training. I told you the hours which are worked by man, they are called man hours. When the time is just going by and nobody is working, it is called the hour, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the holidays as declared by the company, right? So we are going to create the Indian Standard Time structure into the current project calendar. Now, you switch over to the Microsoft project. And we will do this structure. We will create this structure step by step into this project calendar. Now, here is the project calendar which we are going to change. So first of all, you go into the work week.
Okay, that I was
Okay.
missing, sir.
Yes. Now, just like in the Primavera, if you remember, we used to do this, but here we are going to do the same thing, but only the interface is different. So there we also selected 6 days. So here also you select the 6 days. You select Monday to Saturday. Here the interface is a little bit easy. So you select the
Yes,
third
sir.
option, set days to this specific working time. There you used to have the bars, but here you don't have the bars. You can enter the time directly. You write here 9 a.m. without any space, and then you write here 1 p.m. without any space. Correct. Then you write the 2 p.m. without any space. Then you write the 6 p.m. without any space. Right? Enter. So basically this structure will be set for all the 6 days of the week, and it will be set perpetually. Means that if the calendar is being calculated for thousands of years, it will do it for thousands of years. Now click on the OK button to set this. Now we are going to redefine the working week. Now come to the options. Because the week is basically, it's a abbreviation. Now we will redefine the week as having 48 and 24, which you have done, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which you have already done. So this is quite good.
Yes, sir.
Then you click on the OK. Then you click on the OK once again. And once you do it, do you see that the day is being, the week is being shown as 0.8?
Yeah, change.
Why it is being changed? Because if you do in your calculate, see, earlier the week was 5 days, now it is 6 days. So, it is
Yes, sir.
0.83.
0.83.
5 divided by 6 is 0.83. And similarly for the
Yes,
month, earlier the month was of having 20 days, now it is 24 days. So if you divide 20 by 24, you will get the 0.83. Okay, if you divide
Yes, sir.
20 by 24, you will get 0.83. That's why it is saying that as compared to the previous month, to the current month length, it is 0.83 of the previous value, right? It is 0.83 of the previous value, right? So it is like that.
Yes, sir.
Now this has been set according to the Indian Standard Time. So just do one thing. You select all the rows and delete them. We will re-enter the values to cross-check if the calendar has been calibrated correctly or not. You delete this data also. Okay. Okay. Now you go to the first row. You type here task 1. So guys, if you have some people in the background, now you mute your mic temporarily because it will keep your recording clean. Okay. So now you type here 6 days. You type here 6D. 6D. Now, look at the bar, right? Now, in the next one, you type task 2 and you type here 1W. 1W means 1 week. Do you see that it is also having the same length? So it means that if I say 6 days or 1 week, it is meaning the same units of time, right? Now you type here task 3 and you write here quarter month, 0.25 MO. You type here 0.25 means 1/4 of a month. So 1/4 of a month is also having the same time duration. Now you type here task 4 and you write here. So what do you write here 48H, 48 man hours. Do you see that it's the same unit or the same quantity of time? Now you type here task 5 and you write here 2880 minutes, 2880 M. So 2880 minutes, how did I calculate that? Actually, if you multiply 48 by 60, so it is 2880 minutes, right? So it is also having the same span of time. So do you remember, as compared to the Primavera, in the Primavera, if you entered anything into the duration column, it will be translated into the days only, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
But here,
Yes, sir.
it is not translated, it is retaining the original unit of time. If the original unit of time, it will be week. If the original unit is month, it will be month, and the hours will be hours, minutes will be minutes. That is the difference between Primavera and the Microsoft project, right? Is it okay? So,
Yes,
because
sir.
you know what happens, I want you to basically recognize these facts and use both of them software like proficiently, like power user, right? So basically,
Yes,
what
sir.
is the framework? The framework is still the same, the project manager. Initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing. So we are in the planning phase. So right now we are understanding how the scheduling is done, what is the effect of the duration on the schedule. The start and finish date is being calculated by the scheduling engine. So it is basically the same units of time which is being displayed here. It is not being translated. So it is up to you what is more comfortable for you. If you are having long duration projects, you can use the units of the weeks and months. If you're having medium duration projects, you can use the units of days and months. More frequently, days, weeks, more frequently. If you're having short duration projects, so you can use the minutes also. That is your choice. But use something which makes sense, right? If you want to assign 6 days of work to a person, don't tell him that you have to work for 2,880 minutes, right, guys? So that
Yes, sir.
won't be easily understood. You tell him either 6 days or you tell him 1 week, so that it is easily understood in the context of the duration of the project. Right, guys? Is it clear? So this is the calendar that you have created. So it means that our first rule says that scheduling is created with calendar. So calendar has created the schedule. So you are entering the duration from where? You are entering the duration from your own expert judgment, that which activity or which task should be taking how much time. And then the software is calculating. Now, where is the start date coming from? Basically, the start date is coming from the start date entered by you. See, in the
Yes,
Microsoft
sir.
project, it is already set up in the automatic mode only. If you change the start date of the project, the start date of all the activities will change. Okay, just go to the project information. So guys, everybody click on the project information and change the start date to the 1st February 2024. Take it to the next month. Make it the 1st of February and click on the OK. And once you clicked on the OK, do you see that it has gone to the 1st of the Feb? Do you see that, guys? All
Yes,
the
sir.
activities have shifted. So, guys, do you see this faint line here? Now this line is
Yes, sir.
visible because it is in the middle of the week. So this is basically the start date of the project. So all the activities which are not having any predecessor will start from the start date of the project. So this is the start date. And do you see this another line is there on the right side? It is the finish date of the project, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this clear, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear.
In the Microsoft project, it is very easy to roll back. If you click on the undo, it will roll back to the previous data. You see
Yes, sir.
that it has come back to the first. Now, if you save it, then it will not roll back. So once you save,
Yes, sir.
see the undo redo button will be disabled. Okay. Once you save any data, undo and redo button will be disabled. Do you see that? Now these two buttons are disabled. Okay. Because
Yes, sir.
after you save the data, then undo and redo is not possible because you are telling the Microsoft project the data is final up to this point. Okay. So undo and redo is possible unless you save it. Okay. But if you save something, then undo and redo will not work. Right? And undo and redo can work up to 20 levels. So 20 times you can undo, 20 times you can redo. Right? Is it clear?
That is before saving or throughout the project?
Before the saving. Before you save, if you have 20 undos, the option to do 20 undo 20 times. If you have.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So just keep that in mind, but you won't need it. So basically, after 5 or 6 times, you will feel that, okay, now it looks okay and perfect. So you will save it, right? Okay. Now, what we will do that we are going to learn the next thing. So this is the project calendar. Now we are going to learn about that is the resource calendar. But before we go into the resource calendar, I want to show you something that if you put a holiday, how does it look like in Microsoft project? See, if you suppose your company says that, look, we are going to declare the 3rd of January as a holiday, then how is it going to look like? How it will be implemented by you into the calendar. So to implement the 3rd January as a holiday, you go into the change working time. Click on this. Now you scroll to the month of the January. So you click here and you scroll to the month of the January 2024. Here at the bottom here. No, you just click here. No, you will see, not like this.
Sorry.
So you just do this thing, cancel. I'll just give you the demo. Just see this. Change over working time. And if you tap here now, the down arrow will come. Now you click here. Because the arrow, it just goes away.
Yeah, it's not visible. Yeah.
Click now. Now you start to click here. Yes, you click step by step until you reach the month of the January. Yes. Okay, now you place your cursor on 3rd of the January. Okay, make sure guys you are in the exception tab, right? Now you write here.
Yes, sir.
After selecting 3rd of January, you write here company holiday 1. Because there will be multiple holidays. So we are writing the first one, company holiday 1. In real life, we'll write the actual name. In Primavera, that is not possible. Here, you write the actual name of the holiday. So whatever is that, then you press enter. Once you press enter, you will see that in the start and the finish date, the 3rd of January will be mentioned. Press enter. Press the not the OK, enter button. I told you to press enter button. So guys, do you see that 3rd of the January?
Yes, sir.
And finish. So it is a 1 day. Now, suppose if it is a 2 days holiday, you can change the finish date to the 4th of the January. Right? Is this clear? So now it is 1 day holiday which is implemented, and in the Microsoft project, it is called an exception day. You see that exception day. Exception means that these days are different. They're exceptional. They're different. So these are non-work days. So now you click on the OK here. So once you click on the OK, it will be implemented on the calendar of the project and it will be visible on the Gantt chart. Now, if you look at the Gantt chart, it will be shown as the red color and you will see that your finish date has moved to the Monday of the next week. Now, your finishing is on the 8th, right? It has gone to Monday, 8th of the January. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in Microsoft the project, it is automatic. Okay. The calculation is done automatically here. Right? You don't have to set it because in the Primavera, if you remember, first it is in the manual mode, then you have to set it into the automatic mode. Okay. Is this clear? So this is called the project calendar. Now we are going to learn about the resource calendar. So guys, tell me what is a resource? Man, machine, material, right? Now we are going to focus on man and machine. So man and machine, they are having the duration because the cost of the man and machine is calculated from the man hours or the machine hours or the duration that they put into the project, and they have to be scheduled based upon their engagement for particular activity or the particular task. So it is very important we have the understanding of the resource calendar as well. Now we are going to learn the resource calendar. Now guys, what do we do to learn the resource of the calendar? So we will save a copy of this. Okay. So please go on to the file and then you click on save as. So in the Microsoft project, you can create multiple copies of the same project and continue to do your work. So then you will go to your folder. That is, where is that folder? Work area folder?
Work area folder. 1 minute.
No, you did not create? So you go to the work area, go into the work area folder. Oh, yes, Microsoft project, practice project. And then here you write, after this you write resource. No, you continue with the old name, but you add just a moment, but let me do this for you. Okay, just wait. Just wait.
C drive. C drive, then here.
Then you will go to the work,
Yeah,
then Microsoft project training, practice project. Here, we are not going to delete the old name, but we will add to it. We'll write resource calendar. Okay, resource. You just write resource. Just hold your screen because you are doing the demo. So Ashwini and everybody else, please confirm that you are at this point. Ashwini, please confirm.
Yeah, I'm doing, sir. I'm doing.
Okay. So once you guys are done, please let me know. Then we will do the next step. So here we are taking a copy. So the previous copy will be basically kept as it is. Then it will create a new copy and we'll work further on that. So in the future, you will have the recording as well as the data corresponding to the topic, right? So all your data will be preserved as per the topic.
yes, sir.
Done? Okay, save. Now it is a new file which is having a new name, different name. You see that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
Now, guys, shall we move?
Wait, sir. Wait. Sir. I didn't change all. Company.
You just click on the file, say save as, just like you do in Word or Excel, right? So when we don't want to disturb the original file, we do save as. Right, guys? Is this clear? So guys, do it quickly.
Done, sir.
Okay, good. Now, come to the resource sheet. So you just click here. So first we will create a resource. So guys, you come here. Okay, so this is the resource sheet where you create the list of the resources. So in the first row, you write here worker 1. In the first resource name, you type as worker 1. And press enter. And then in the second row, you type here worker 2. Okay, so 2 work type resource has been created in Microsoft project. There are 3 type of the resources: work type resource, material type resource, and cost type resource. So work type resources are man and machine. Man and machine is represented by the work type resource. So you can see that there is a column called maximum unit and there is a column called standard rate, right? Okay.
Sir.
So guys, please confirm that you have created. So let me change the format of the currency. Format of the currency is in the display. In the display, you can select INR and it will start displaying INR. If it is there in your system, it will come. Rupee symbol has come. Okay, so.
Sir, the previous
Yes.
data, task 1, task 2, all these tasks. Shall we delete it?
No. You come to the resource sheet. First, you come to the resource sheet and create these 2 workers, worker 1 and worker 2. Are you in the resource sheet? Please respond. Are you in the resource sheet or not?
No,
Click here, resource sheet.
Yes, yes,
is
See,
it sure?
if the arrow on the right hand side, you
Sir,
click
we,
here. Click here. Now, in the resource sheet, you create two resources, worker 1 and worker 2. You write here worker 1 and you write here worker 2. Right?
sir, wait, sir, wait. Sir,
Yes.
up till that page we saved. After that, we have to open new sheet, or we will work after that.
No, we have to save as. So you share your screen. You share your screen to me, I'll help you.
Yes, sir.
इसमें color change किया गया आपने? Did you change the color? So why is it showing in the dark color? Why your bars are appearing in the dark color? So don't change any of the colors, okay? Just keep them as the standard color. See, you have to basically, save as. So it will create a new copy, right? So we will go into the practice project folder. And since we are now going to understand what is a resource calendar, we just write the word resource. So it will create a new file. It will create a copy because the Microsoft project is file-based software. So after that, so you will come to the resource sheet and you type here worker 1. You type here worker 1. We will create two resources here, worker 1 and worker 2. And then we will see that how the calendar of the resource is impacting their individual schedules. So that's what we are going to see. Okay. And these are the columns. These are the maximum units and standard rate. So right now, so the standard rate will show 0. So we will put the hourly rate later once we, okay. Now, guys, I want you to see something. Whenever you create a work type resource, a personal resource calendar is automatically created. Okay. So if you go into this, you go to the option project.
Okay.
Now, in this, you click on the option change working time. So in the change of working time, you will see that, the name of the workers is also appearing here. Do you see the worker 1 and worker 2, right? These are the resource calendar. Now, let's have a look at the calendar of the worker 1. Now, you guys go to the month of the January. If you click here, you will be able to scroll to the month of January. You click here. Yeah, you click here and go to the month of the January, right? So in the month of the January, so in your calendar, you have not applied any leave. So it is showing it as the original calendar only. See, earlier we had basically converted the calendar to 6 days a week. So you'll have to convert. So let me do this quickly for you. We had actually converted the calendar into 6 days a week. So 6 days a week calendar would look like this. So it was like 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. right? And plus there was one more thing that we had applied the holiday on the January 3. On the January 3, there is a holiday. 3rd of the January, we had written as company holiday 1 and press enter. Do you see that there is a company holiday 1? Now we will have a look at the resource calendar. Now, when I look at the resource calendar, I will select the resource calendar for the worker one. And if I go to the month of the January, you will see that in the month of the January, the 3rd of January is marked as a non-working day. Right, guys? Do you see that?
Yes.
Why? Because the person who is working in the particular company, he can work if the company is open. If the company is closed on the 3rd of the January, so on his calendar, the 3rd of the January will be also marked as the non-working day, right? It is automatically inherited from the company calendar. Similarly, if you go to the calendar of the worker 2, in the calendar of the worker 2 also, you will see that the 3rd of the January is marked as the non-working day. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Because this is because of the company schedule. Okay. So these guys will be marked as non-working on the 3rd of the January, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now come to the project information. In the project information, you will see that it is written 8 a.m. You just delete the 8 a.m. like this. Just put only the purely date. So guys, have you deleted the time component? Delete the time component and click on the OK. Okay, still it will show 9 a.m. Okay, because your the project calendar is starting from 9 a.m. every day, right? That is why it will still continue to show the 9 a.m. like this. Now you delete all these activities here. Delete all these activities like this, all the tasks, right? Now you write here task 1. Task 1 and put a duration of 12 days. Now you create a task 2 and put a duration of 12 days again. Now you will see that both the activities are finishing on Monday, right? 15th Monday. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point of time, we are not interested in the time component, nor we are interested in the day component. Okay. We just need is the pure date. Now we are going to change the date format, right? We will change the date format to the purely the date only, DDMMYY, right? Okay. We will remove the day of the week, and we will remove the time of the day. Now to do this, you click on the file. You click on the file option here. So after clicking on the file option, you go and select the options here at the bottom. So guys, you are here at the options.
Yes, sir.
So everybody please confirm that you are at the option and you will select general. If the general is not selected, you will select it. And then you will select the date format, which is having the simple component of date, month, and time. The month is mentioned in alphabet. Just look at this carefully. So guys, you have done that. Have you selected this compact date of the format?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, after you have selected this compact date format, click on the OK, and the date display format will be changed to the compact format. Right now, you can see that we have only the date and we have hidden the time component and the day of the week component. Okay, so we can basically recover some space and bring the divider in the middle, and we can scroll the activities to near the divider, right? And save this. Make sure that you have the screen like this. So, these are 12 days activities. They are starting on the 1st of the January and they are finishing on the 15th of the January. And there are 3 non-working days intervening in between. 1 non-working days is the Wednesday, Sunday, and another Sunday, right? So that is why the 12 working days activities is finishing in 15 calendar days, right? Is it clear, guys? Okay. Now, let us do this thing. Let us assign the resources to these activities and see how their schedule is created. So guys, you select the task 1. Select the task 1. Now go to the resource menu. In the resource menu, read what is the name of this button. Read.
Assign resources.
See guys, the same button is placed here. Do you see? It's a small scale button which is placed here. So we have placed the same button on the quick access toolbar so that we don't have to click on the main menu to access this button. So we can directly. So guys, just remember that this small button, the name of this button is assign resources. See, even if the name is not being displayed here, but if you hover the cursor on top of the button, you will be able to see the name. If you bring the cursor near the button, it will show you the name. That is the assign resources. Okay. Now you click on the assign resources button. So click this. Click the assign resources. So once you click the assign resources button, you are going to see a pop-up, right? So guys, do you see this?
Okay.
So I'll wait for you to confirm. So everybody please confirm that you have selected task 1 and then you clicked on this button. Now you're having the assign resources pop-up box in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. Now make sure that your worker 1 is selected. After the worker 1 is selected, click on the assign button. So basically you are assigning this resource or the person to the task 1. So click on the assign button. So you will see that the worker 1 name is appearing in front of the task 1. Do you see that? Right? Okay. Now you select the task 2 without closing the box. You select the task 2. And then you select the worker 2 and click on the assign button. And then you can see that the task 2 is having the worker 2 assigned to it. So guys, please confirm that your screen looks the same. Okay. Please confirm. It looks the same. The worker 1 is assigned to task 1 and the worker 2 is assigned to task 2. After that, you close it. Close the box. So guys, have you closed the box? Okay. So everybody please confirm that you are synchronized till this point. Okay, because
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to a very fine point now in the next step. So guys, have you heard of something called timesheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we will see that what does a timesheet actually looks like when we do the planning. So this is called the pre-assigned timesheet. Then there is actual timesheet. So first of all, we assign the person to a task and the software will automatically generate the timesheet. Now, there is an option here on the left side menu that is called the task usage. How the task is using the resource, task usage. So you right click here and you will find the option here, task usage. Okay, so you click this. So once you click this, you will see the task and the name of the worker here. Now, it will not be very difficult to understand this screen. So let me configure the screen a little bit so that you can understand how it works. So I'll bring the divider bar here. After bringing the divider bar, I will ask you to select the task 1. So you go ahead and select the task 1. After that, you click on the scroll to task button because on the right side, the timesheet is not visible. Now it will become visible. Do you see that the timesheet has come? Okay, because see, if the scroll to task works here also. Suppose if all the tasks are out of the view like this. Okay, now if you click on the scroll to task, it will bring it in the view. Now in this particular screen, you are seeing that the width of the column is very much, which we don't need. So you can shrink any of the column and all the columns will be resized, right? You see that all the columns are now resized and you bring it very much near to the partition. So guys, you can see that the timesheet has been created. The timesheet is having the working day starting from Monday and ending on the 15th of the January, Monday, right? You see that? Okay. Now, guys, let me mark out the non-work days, which you can clearly see are visible here. The Wednesday is the non-work day. Then the next Sunday is the non-work day. And then another Sunday is the non-work day. Guys, do you see this? 3 non-work days? They're marked, they're blank. They are not having any man hours. Do you see any man hours? No. So this is the timesheet of the worker 1. This is the timesheet of the worker 2. They are both identical, right? Is this clear, guys? They're both identical at this point of time. Now, what is the use of the personal calendar or the resource calendar? But suppose that you are planning the project and the worker 1 says that, boss, I want to take a personal leave on this date. So, this guy says that the worker 1 says that, boss, I want to take a personal leave on the Friday. So what is the date of the Friday, guys? Can you read the date? See, you read backwards, 8, 7, 6, 5. He says that on 5th of the January, I want to take a personal leave. So guys, tell me one thing, if he takes a leave on the 5th of the January, so on which date then his activity will finish? His activity will be shifted by 1 day. It will finish on the 16th of the January, correct. That is why, the resource calendar is useful. Basically, we are getting the holidays from the company, the non-working days, like weekends, which are Saturday, Sunday, and the holidays from the company. Then we have our own personal leave also, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So where is the personal leave accommodated? The personal leave is accommodated in the resource calendar. Why the resource calendar is required? Because each of the resource can have his own requirement of the non-work days, which is called personal vacation. So personal vacation has to be accommodated in the calendar in the planning stage itself, so that you can know that how the schedule will be impacted if the person is going to take a leave. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So when you are planning the project and you have assigned your team members, you should ask them. So guys, please tell me that when you are going to take a leave, so that I can see that when your activity will finish. Because if you're taking a leave during the task or in the middle of your activity, definitely it will have a scheduling impact on the activity, right or wrong, guys? It will have an effect on the task. Now, let us assume that the worker 1 is wanting a leave on the which date? 7, 6, 5th of the January. So how it will be accommodated into his personal calendar, that we will do step by step. Then we will see that what is the impact on the schedule of his task 1. Right now, the task 1 is finishing on the 15th. And if he takes a day's leave, so it will be finishing on the 16th. So we will see the impact. So guys, go into the option project here. Go into the project here. Click on the project. And after that, you go to the change working time. So then you select the calendar for the worker 1 here. Worker 1. After selecting the worker 1, go to the month of the January by scrolling from the bottom. Scroll here, go to the January. And on the 5th of the January, you place the cursor. Okay. After placing the cursor on the 5th of the January, write in the exception name, personal vacation 1. Personal vacation 1. And press enter. So guys, do you see that after you mark it as the personal vacation, it turns into red color, right? Okay, everybody please confirm that you are synchronized up to this point.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, after you have entered, click on the OK. And immediately you will see the impact. Do you see that after the personal vacation has been marked, the 5th of the January is blank and his own activity is now finishing on the 16th of January, right?
Yes, sir.
His task 1 is finishing on the, it means that the task is having an impact not only from the project calendar, it is having an impact from the resource calendar also. Now you can see the finish date column. Do you see the finish date column of this activity is 16 January, whereas the finish date column of the task 2 is 15 January, right? Guys, do you see this?
Yes, sir.
So his 5th of the January is having a personal vacation on the 5th of the January besides the company holidays. See, these are the company holidays, Wednesday and this Sunday and this Sunday, right? And this one is the personal vacation. So in the timesheet, you will see that there is no man hours mentioned here, right guys? And his finish date has also shifted, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens? The worker 2 is now saying to you that, boss, I need 2 days vacation on these dates. So guys, please tell me that what are these dates? What are these
10,
dates?
11. 10, 11.
Correct, 10 and 11. Now guys, tell me, if he takes 2 days vacation, then what will be the finish date of the task 2?
17.
17th, right? Okay. Now let us implement his own personal vacation. Now you go to the change of the working time here. Now you select the calendar for the worker 2. All to the month of the January 2024. Okay.
No.
Now, do you see that after you mark 2 days as the off, so these 2 days of the off is here. Do you see that? This is the 1 day
sir.
of the off. Now his finish date has shifted to the 17th of January, right? Right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Is this clear? Now, this is the benefit of the resource calendar. In the resource calendar, you can see the impact of the resource on personal holidays on the finishing of the task. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So the task has impact from the project. So from the project, the task is getting these as the non-working days, right? This is coming from the project calendar, and this is coming from the personal calendar or the resource calendar. So is this clear, guys? So the resource
Yes, sir.
working or not working is having a impact on the schedule of the task, right? So the schedule of the task is getting impacted from the resource's own decision to take off days. Is it clear to you guys? Please confirm that you have understood. Ashwin, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
So how the Gantt chart will look in this case? Like if the
So Gantt chart will become longer.
okay, there will no change.
So Gantt chart will become longer. The bar will become longer. So if you wish, you can go to the Gantt chart view by clicking here. You will see the bars are longer as compared to the original. But on the Gantt chart, the personal holidays cannot be perceived. The personal holidays can be perceived only from the task usage. You will have to go into the task usage. Go into the task usage view. Task usage, how the task, only from here you will come to know that this is the holiday from the company, because on the Gantt chart only the project calendar is displayed. So in the Gantt chart only the Wednesday and the Sunday will be displayed in the red color. But if the resource is taking any personal leave, that will not be displayed on the taskbar, because on a task there can be multiple resources. Okay, so the task will be finished according to the off days, after combining and calculating the off days, after factoring in the off days from all the resources. Suppose if on the task 1, there are 3 workers working, worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, then the finish date of the task 1 will be calculated according to all the 3 workers. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It will be calculated from the impact of the 3 resource calendars. Okay. Now I'm pausing here for a moment. Okay. So do you have any questions on the resource calendar? Is it clear? So resource calendar is basically to accommodate the personal vacation of the resource. It could be a man, it could be a machine. For a machine, what is the meaning of the personal vacation? The meaning is basically, there are scheduled maintenance, right? For the equipments. We do it from time to time, right or wrong, guys? For the safety, for the function, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any questions on the resource of the calendar? Then we will move to the task calendar. Do you have any questions on the resource? The concept of the resource of the calendar is clear? How it is implemented? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The resource calendar will be created only when the resource is created. It is having the same name as the resource. See, for the worker 1, the name of the calendar will also be the worker 1 only. Do you see that? And if you change the name will also change here. So worker 1 will have worker 1 calendar, worker 2 will have the worker 2 calendar, right? So as you continue to add more work type resources, the list of the calendar will also be updated, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can plan ahead
Sir.
which person is going to take which days of the leave, and that will give you a very clear idea that how your project will finish, right? And you must do it. You must ask everybody to come to the table and ask them that, look, the project planning is done. Now you tell me that what is your plan to take leave during your own activities? Because if you're taking a leave during your own activities, it has impact on the schedule of the task, and hence it has the impact on the schedule of the project also. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So this is the project management. PM also means people management. You should ask your people explicitly, right? If you are having any plans to take leave during the project, because there are a lot of leaves which are predictable, like a person is getting engaged, or a person is getting married, or his wife is going to have a baby. All these things are predictable. These are all the things which can be known in advance, and they can be added into the calendar to see what is the impact on the overall schedule of the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
And you must ask it, and the person should also tell it in advance, so that there is a predictability in the schedule based upon the calculation of the schedule. So whatever data you put, based upon the data, Microsoft project will tell you that how each task will finish, and hence how the entire project will finish. Okay. Now we are going to learn about the task calendar. Now, guys, what we will do, that we are going to take a copy from here. So first you come to the Gantt chart. Now you take a copy. You take a copy as file, save as, Then you go to your folder practice projects and then remove the word resource and then you write the word task like this. Save as. Okay. It is going to create another copy. So once you have created the copy, you will see the new copy name on the top. Guys, do you see the new copy name on the top?
Task.
Now we will see what is the task calendar. Now guys, let me tell you a situation. Now suppose this organization is doing a task, a process which has to be done continuously. Okay, I'll explain to you. So if you look at the current timesheet, in the current timesheet, you know, there are gaps here. Do you see a gap here? A gap is
Yes.
here, this gap is here, and 1 day gap is here. Okay, now there is a subject matter expert. He says that, guys, the process that we are doing, okay, it has to be done continuously. You cannot break the process, right? If you break the process, you know, the machines will jam. So once you start the process, then you have to continue it continuously all the 12 days, right? And only on the 12th day we can start. Now, suppose guys, if the task 2 is done continuously for 12 days without any break, then what will be the finish date of the task 2? Tell me. What will be the finish date? If it is done continuously, what will be the finish date?
12th.
12th, correct. So, you know, we will see the effect of the task calendar. So the task calendar is created by the user, that is you. It is not created automatically. Neither it is created automatically, nor it is applied automatically. It is created by you and it is applied by you if there is a requirement. Now here we have a special technical requirement that the task 2 has to be done continuously without any break, right? And we will see in comparison to the task 1, the task 2, that what happens when we do the task 2 continuously and what is the impact upon the time schedule and how does the timesheet look like, right? Okay. First of all, we will create the task calendar. We will call it the urgent task and the name of the calendar will be urgent task. Within the bracket, we will write 7D multiplied by 8 hour, means that it will be a 7 days a week calendar having 8 man hours per day. Right, guys? Okay. Now, let us go to the option change working time. We'll start from here. Now, on the right hand side, you will notice there is a create new calendar button. Okay. Click this. Okay, just hold here. Stop here, stop here, stop here. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are having this pop-up create new base calendar. I want everybody to do it very slowly and peacefully without rushing. Okay. See, scheduling is very, very important part of the project management. I have many of my students telling me, sir, recently, you know, during the last many years, I was hearing, sir, I was taken from the planning work to the field work. Now, one of the students came after the training. He told me, he confessed to me, not during the class, but later he was interacting with me. He says that, boss, I was terminated from my last job. Okay, because I created a wrong schedule and there were some problems on the site and due to which I was terminated from the job. But now I have learned the mistake which I had done. And this time I'm sure that I will be doing it very confidently and very well. Okay, so play. So guys, this is something that I do not rush. I don't rush any of my training. If today it takes 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. to complete the today's agenda, let it be so. Be with me. If you want to take a break, we will have more breaks. Okay, it will not be stressful, but we have to learn it properly and peacefully so that we have the skill for the entire life. Guys, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, we will not rush. We will not run. Now, this is the create new calendar option. Now, it is going to be taking a copy of the standard. So now in the name, you write here urgent task. Right here, urgent task. Yes. And in the bracket, you write Put a space, always put a space. Whenever you put a bracket here, write 70 space, capital X, letter X in capital, space 8H, and close the bracket. So what does it mean, guys? It is a 7-day calendar having 8 man hours per day, right? Is it clear? See why we should have this label. So when I want to use an appropriate calendar, from the label, I can know that what is the structure of this calendar, right, guys? Because I'll be creating many big calendars in the future when I have more data. So I should be able to select the correct calendar quickly, right, guys? Is it clear? Okay. Now click on the OK button. So it will be a copy. Okay. Since it's a copy, it will have the holidays. Now, guys, you look at the top. This is the calendar that we are modifying now. Now remove the holiday. You select this and click on the delete button. Select the first company holiday and click on the delete. It will be removed from the calendar. Now we are going to make Saturday as the working day. So come to the work week. I mean the Sunday. Now here, click on the detail. Click on the detail. So in the detail, you select the Sunday only the Sunday. And then you set the time for the Sundays as the rest of the week. So what is the timing? 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So Sunday will also become another working day. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, and hold your screen, hold it here. So guys, please confirm that you have done the same thing as displayed on the demo screen.
1 minute, sir.
You have done, Asif?
No, sir, 1 minute.
Okay, where are you now? See, I'll just tell you that how to reach to this point. See, first of all, you click on the work week, right? After clicking on the work week, then you click on the detail, right? After
Yes, sir.
clicking on the work week, then you click on the detail. Then you will get this box, detail for default. And then you select the Sunday. Okay. Then what do? You select the Sunday, select this third radio button and set the time. Set the time.
Sir, done.
Okay. Then you click on the OK button. Then you click on the OK once again. Okay. So guys, this calendar is stored in the system, but it will be applied only at your own discretion. If you want to apply it on a particular task, then you can choose the task and apply the calendar. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to apply this calendar on the task 2. So, if the task 2, if we apply this calendar, the task 2 will be finished from these dates. It will go up to the 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the task 2 will be having the work on these days, right? Guys, do you see this green rectangle here? All this green rectangle will be having 8 hours each, including the Sunday, including the holiday. All the vacations and the holidays will be cancelled, right? And the task is going to finish on the 12th. Okay, now to implement this, let us go step by step. First of all, you right click on the task 2 So guys, right click on the task 2.
Yes, sir.
Right click. After that, you will see this option in the menu, information. Information,
Yes, sir.
click it, select it.
Select.
Good. And continue to give me the verbal feedback. Okay, so that's good. I like it. So guys, you are in the task information.
Yes, sir. Pop up one window.
Okay, now there are multiple tabs. You select the advanced tab here. Everybody
Yes.
select the advanced tab. Correct. Correct. Now in the advanced tab, you can see that there is an option called the calendar. Do you see the option called the calendar? Right now it says none, but actually it's
Yes,
none.
sir.
By default, it is the project calendar. So now you select the drop down here for the calendar. In the drop down, you will be seeing the name of the urgent task calendar. You select the urgent task calendar here from the drop down. From the drop down, you select urgent task. After you have selected the urgent task, then you have to also select the option scheduling ignores resource calendar. Why the scheduling should ignore the resource calendar? See, in the resource calendar, the company holiday as well as the resource holiday is included. Right or wrong, guys?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Correct.
if I merge these two calendars, it means that the holiday in the resource calendar will be also applied here, then it will be totally useless, right?
Mm.
So when I am applying this calendar, I want to apply this calendar exclusively, right? If I apply this calendar exclusively, then the continuous working effect will be produced. Because if I ignore the resource calendar, then what's going to happen? Then only the urgent task calendar will be prevalent. Only the structure of the urgent task calendar will be prevalent, right, guys? Okay, now after doing this,
Yes, sir.
For
you
task
click on
2.
the OK. So after you click on the OK, you will see the impact of changing the calendar. So guys, what is the impact?
Every day is
This work.
working and that is 12.
And the 12 days work is finishing on the 12th of the January continuously without any break, without any non-work day. And plus, Microsoft project is also telling you something. If you hover your cursor here on the indicator column, there are two indicators here. You read that.
The calendar urgent task 7D cross 8H is assigned to the task. The task is set to ignore resource calendar for scheduling. This task has overlocated resources.
Yes, I think the first point is clear. Let me explain the second point. The second point says the task has over allocated resources. I am emphasizing the word over allocated. Why? See, if a resource is asked to work beyond his capacity, it is called over allocation. See, if you look at the resource, the capacity of the resource on the Wednesday is 0 because that is his leave day. And the capacity of the resource to work on the Sunday is 0 because that is his off day. And the capacity of the resource was also, he was taking a personal leave on these 2 days and his capacity to work was 0. So when I'm making the resource work,
And even this day also.
Even this date also. So he was basically having the Sunday as an off. So I'm making him work on the days on which he was not supposed to work. A person who is not supposed to work on a particular day, we say his man hours is having 0 capacity. His capacity to work is 0. So if it is more than 0, if I give him work which is beyond his capacity, that situation is called over allocation. But in real life, actually what we are doing that we are providing him a substitute resource. So that resource will work under his guidance. So for that purpose, I can write a note here, right? Now I'm going to teach you that how to write a note to explain a situation. So guys, if you want to write a note explaining the situation, so you right click on the task, you right click. Once again, you right click here. After the right click, you click on the notes option here, notes. Do you see the notes here?
Yes, sir.
Notes. Now in the notes, you write the substitute resource will work on the off days of main resource. A substitute resource will work on the off days of main resource. Main resource, right? That is going to explain the situation. Okay, guys, you are done up to this point. Everybody, please confirm that you are done. Okay, now click on the OK. So guys, then you have another icon here. Guys, it looks like a sticky notepad, right? The yellow
Yes,
notepads
yes.
that we use to basically leave some messages, right? Now you read the whole thing. If the person says that, okay, this is over allocated, then you say, no, no, no. A substitute resource will work on the off days of the main resource, right, guys? It makes sense?
Yes.
So that the process can go on continuously, so that anybody reading your plan will have a clear understanding that how you are planning to complete the task continuously without, you can say, without inconveniencing the main resource. So the main resource will basically guide the substitute resource that, look, when I'm taking my leave, you should be working according to this procedure and the work should be completed continuously. Now, do you see the impact? So if you look at the task one, the task one is having the schedule with the non-work days, but whereas the task two is not having any non-work days at all, because it is being totally controlled by the urgent task calendar. And we have instructed the Microsoft project to bypass the resource calendar. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So is this clear? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So this is the utility of the task calendar. Task calendar has to be created by you, and then task calendar has to be applied by you based upon your judgment. If you need it on task 2, apply it on task 2. If you don't need it on task 2, then you can apply it on some other task. Right? Is it clear? And
Yes, sir.
And guys, what do you expect if I remove the urgent task calendar? If you remove it, it will spring back to its original schedule, which is consisting of the project and the resource calendar. Right? Is it clear? Okay. Now I'll show you that how to remove
Yes,
it. It is very simple. So just right click on the task 2 and go to the information. After that, you select the advanced tab, and in the advanced tab, you select none. No, you just select none here. From the drop down, you select none and click on the OK. And you will see that it has come back to its original schedule, which is basically consisting of the resource, non-work day, and the project non-work day. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So basically, the resource is not working on these 2 days, and the project non-work is this. This is the project non-work, and this is the project non-work day. Right? Is it clear? Okay. Now let's see. What if I apply the task calendar once again? You know, it will be a good practice. So you right click here. Then you go to the information. Then go to the advanced tab and you select, in the calendar, you select, first of all, you select urgent task, and then you select the option here, scheduling ignores resource calendar, because we want to bypass, and click on the OK. And immediately you will see that if you apply the urgent task calendar, which is having the 7 days a week working schedule, the the timesheet is created as a continuous, right? So the task calendar is clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you don't have any questions on the task calendar, then we will go to the next scheduling rule. So let us see what is the next scheduling rule, rule number 2. Okay. So what is the rule number 2 saying? Read this. Read the rule.
Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays.
Correct. So we will learn about the critical path. So non-working day, weekends or holidays, but we will understand the critical path, right? We have understood. Okay, now we will make a copy. So we go into the Microsoft project. Then we go into the Gantt chart. You want, yeah, let's take a break, guys. So you want to go to the washroom, right?
एक्चुअली सर मेरा जो लेट हो गया लंच टाइम मेरा डिफरेंट बंद हो गया था तो मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ
Okay,
लेकर के
so
आता हूँ
guys, let's take the evening tea break. Let's meet after 20 minutes. It is reasonable, right? Not an issue, not an issue. Let's meet after.
मेरा यहाँ पे जो है ना मेस था मुझे
Okay, now we will learn the third rule of the scheduling. So, oh no, this is the Primavera file, right? No, not this is not this one. MSP notes. Yeah, you find this file. Where is this file?
Just a minute, sir.
Open it. Okay. Now we are going to learn about the rule number 2. Schedule is adjusted by critical path. Okay. Non-working days we have understood. Now we will learn about the critical path. So critical paths, maybe some of you know, and those who have done the previous training for the Primavera, they know it, but we will know it afresh. Okay. Now, what we will do, that we will save a copy of this file. So this is the task calendar. Now we'll go to the save as file, save as, then we will go to the practice project folder. And here we will completely rename the file starting with 02, and then we will rename it as critical path. Okay. So I'm waiting for you to have a look. Asif and you Abhishek, please have a look. So write this name, critical path, 02 critical path, right?
Yeah.
After that, you click on the save. So after you save the new file as the critical path, go into the task and delete all the tasks. Delete all the existing tasks, delete them. Okay. Now we are going to create some data here. So how to create the data? First of all, you write here task. Just write here task. And then in the, no, don't write task 1, just only write the task. Don't write task 1, just only the word task. Only the word task here. And then you write here 6 days. Just 6D. Put here 6 days. Remove everything, just type here 6D. Okay. Now you go to the option on the top. Okay, go to the Gantt chart format here. And from the Gantt chart format, on the right hand side, you will select the checkbox outline number and project summary task. So once you select outline number, you will start getting the number. Once you select the project summary task, so what you get is the project summary task. This is the project summary task, which is on the row number 0. See, earlier the row number 0 was invisible. Okay, it was not visible. Okay. And what is the outline number? So basically the outline number is this. Do you see this number, serial number? Now, now just watch me doing this. So if I want to replicate and create some data, so what I do, I select these two columns and I drag it downwards, right? To create multiple tasks. I don't have to write task 1 because all the tasks are there having their own serial number 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now you also do the same thing. This is how we do in the Excel also. So you drag it and you do it. You select both the columns, task name and the duration, and you drag at this corner here. Drag at this corner. Drag at this corner. No. First you select both the columns. No, not like this. I'm asking you to select both the columns. See, if you select only one column, then you will get the data for one column only. So you will have to select both the columns like this. Okay. Now, like, and then go to the corner here. Now you drag at this corner. Drag from here. Drag it down. Yes, that is it.
I have one query.
Yeah.
0 is not coming, like the 0 to.
Yeah. So to get the 0, so what you do, go to the Gantt chart format and you select the project summary task. So actually the 0 is the project summary task.
Okay.
So this is showing the summary of the entire project, right? And then what you will do, you select this row number 1, then you click on the scroll to task. And you click on the scroll to task. Select the first number 1 task and click on the scroll to task.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, done.
Okay, so after you have clicked on the scroll to task, you will see that the project is being represented in a very thin line, right? You see this thin line here. Okay, so the project you can see is being represented in a thin line. So, which is hardly visible. So we'll improve the format here. Okay, so to improve the format, so first of all, you guys right click here. Right click here. And then, so guys, you are here. Did you have this right click? Okay, now after you get the right click menu, you select the option bar styles. So guys, please confirm that you are in the bar styles box. You are in the bar styles box. Okay, once you're in the bar styles box, you select the option here, project summary. Select the option project summary. Okay, now let me do the first one, then you will do the next one. After you selected the project summary, come to the shape here on the left hand side. And we will select the dumbbell for the left side, which is pointing downwards. And on the right side, you will select pointing downwards like this. And the shape, and for the shape, you will select a bar width, which is half size bar width. Okay. And you will select the color for the bar as the red color. And you will select the color for the dumbbell, the blue color, dark blue color here. And you will select the dark blue color here also, right? You see that after you have done this, the project summary bar preview should look like this. Please do it and confirm that you have the same. Okay, you have done the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you will do the same for the summary, but the color scheme will be a little bit different. So once again, you select the dumbbells on the left side. And on the, see, it is a one-time exercise. And when you copy this file, it will be transferred to the next file, which you can use as a template. Okay. And then the color which you will select will be the green. And the color for the dumbbell you will select as the purple color, right? So I'm holding the screen so that you can see the preview. What does it look like? And make sure that it looks exactly the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after you have done, so then you click on the OK. So after you have clicked on the OK, you will see for the summary task. So if you make any of the task as the summary task by indenting, you can see the impact. Do you see this? Summary task has been created. And that is the project summary task or the project timeline, right? Okay. Now, if you look at the project finish date, so guys, what is the current finish date of the project?
8th January.
8th of the January, right? Okay, now you go to the last activity at the bottom and change the duration to 12 days. Change the duration to 12 days for this. Now, did you notice something? That the project timeline, see, this is the project timeline or the project summary. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you would look carefully, do you see that this has become equal to the longest activity, right? Or the longest task. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Mm.
Okay. Now, just go to some activity in the middle and change the duration to 18 days. Make this as 18. And once again, you will find that it has increased to match the longest one, right?
Mm.
Right or wrong?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Right? It is matching the longest one. Now, let's say that this is the finish date of the project, right? So, this is the finish date of the project. This is the line which is representing. Now, suppose if there is a person who is working on this activity, if he takes a one-day leave, is it going to delay the project to finish date or not?
Yes, it will.
Now, if the person is working on this activity, which is number 20, as per the demo screen, if this person who is assigned on the task number 20, if he takes a day's leave, is it going to delay the project or not?
No.
No, it is not going to delay the project. It will delay the activity, but not delay the project. Why? Because, because this activity is actually the critical task, and what the project managers will do in the earlier times, they will take a red pen and they will mark it with the red color. They will call it the critical. They will say why it is critical, because if any of the critical activity or the task is delayed, then it is going to delay the project. Now, these days, the software will put the red color on your behalf. So how it will put? You will have to just activate the option. So guys, in the Gantt chart format, you will see that there is an option here. It says critical task. There is a checkbox. You select the checkbox. Okay, so once you select the checkbox, do you see that the longest activity is marked as the red color, right? Okay, now just do this thing. Go to the last activity at the bottom and also make it as 18 days. Make it as 18. Now, guys, tell me, what do you see?
Both the works are critical now.
Yeah, both these activities are now critical. If any of these activities is delayed, it is going to push the finish. And you know, rest of the activities, they are having some gaps from the finish date of the project. So you know what the project managers will do? Very painstakingly, they used to create the plan using the drawing board, you know, the mechanical drawing board, using the drafter. They will draw these lines. This is called the slack or the float. You know, they will draw these slack lines. But you know, this problem is also solved by the software. The software will do it for you automatically. So how it will do? So if you want to see the slack, so you go to the slack option or the float and you tick mark it, and it will start showing you the slack. And slack will be shown only on those activities which are far away from the finish date. So you see this line here, thin line here, this is the project to finish date, right? Is it clear? Now, let's say that, suppose if I select these three activities, 1, 2, 3, guys, you select the 1, 2, 3. And guys, you will find that there is a chain link on the quick access toolbar. Chain link. Click it. So guys, what did you note?
So finish to start automatically and click.
Yeah. So you know, this has established a very simple relationship, finish to start, and 6 plus 6 plus 3 has also become 18 days, and this is also marked as the critical, right? Okay. Now there are three critical paths. This is the first path, this is the second path, this is the third path. A critical path is the path where the slack is 0, but where is the slack? I don't see it. So there is a column here which you can insert. Okay. So how to insert a new column in the Microsoft project? It is very simple. You just select where you want that particular column. You select this column, guys. You select it. And then you right click here on top of it. And guys, have you done the right click? See, there are two ways you can do it. Either you can click here or you can click here also. It is the same thing. Insert column. So then you select here, start slack. You type the word start, and you know, slowly and slowly it will narrow down. You select this start slack. You click here, click. Yes. Do you see that? It is showing you the slack. Now, if you look at the critical path activities, so you know, this critical path activities, they are having the 0 slack. You see that? Means that they don't have any gap from the finish date of the project. You will see the 0, right? And if you go to this critical path also, it has got the 0, right? 0 slack. That is why it is critical. It is critical from the point of the view because the critical path is defining the finish date of the project. You announce the finish date of the project to the whole world. And if you are delayed on any of the critical tasks, the finish date will be pushed. So you are not going to look good on your promise. PM means promise manager. What is the promise that you make? I promise to deliver the project on time. I promise to deliver the project within the budget. I promise to deliver the project by preventing the risk. Okay. I promise to deliver all the deliverables on the milestone dates, right? This is the promise that a project manager is having to his stakeholders, right? Now just do one thing. Go to this task. This is the number 3 and increase the duration to 7 days and see what is the effect on the Gantt chart. So guys, did you note something here? So now this is the
Increase
only
by
path
one.
which is critical, and rest of the path, they are having some slack. So they are now marked as non-critical, right? So it
Yes,
means
sir.
a project will always have minimum one critical path, always. Always there will be one critical path, and there can be multiple critical path due to mathematical coincidence. It is not that you are planning to have multiple critical path, but they happen to be there due to the mathematical coincidence, right? Okay. Now you change the duration to 5 days. For the task 3, you change the duration to 5 days and look at the Gantt chart. Now, how many critical paths are there?
Two.
2. Now, these 2 are the critical paths, right? Okay. Now, you change the duration of this task back to 6 days. Then there will be one more critical path, right? Okay. Now, guys, knowing the critical path is good. But what is the utility of the critical path? See, critical path, for the critical path, there is a definition. The definition says that physically the critical path is the longest critical path. So guys, do you agree that these are physically the longest ones? Right? These are the longest one as compared to the non-critical, right?
Correct.
Right or wrong? Okay. And critical paths have zero slack or zero float. Right or wrong, guys? Do you see that? The critical path
Yes.
activities are having zero slack or zero float. Now, the third definition says, or the third attribute of the critical path is that it says that the duration of the project cannot be less than the critical path. Right?
yes,
The duration of the project cannot be less than the critical path. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the utility of the critical path? Yes, that is the main thing. Knowing the critical path is okay, but what to do with the critical path? See, guys, after your project planning is complete and correct, so you'll have to call for a critical path meeting with your team members. Okay. So now, before you call the critical path meeting, so you will apply the filter to make only the critical path visible. Okay. Filter out the non-critical path. To apply the filter, you go to the view. You go into the view and then you select the filter. And after selecting the filter, you will select the filter critical. So if you select critical, you will see only the critical task. Right, guys? You are seeing only the critical task. And guys, you just count and tell me that how many critical tasks are there? How many tasks did you have here? How many tasks do you have? 5 critical tasks, right? So you have the 5 critical tasks here, and then you will call for the critical path meeting with the 5 task owners. So let me write here. So this is the critical path meeting that you are going to have. See, normally what happens, see, if you go and attend any training, they will not tell you that what to do with the critical path. They'll just tell you, look, this is the critical path and it's up to you what to do with. But because many people, they don't understand the project management process. So it is, very essential for you to understand the project management process, because the main subject is the project management. We are trying to manage the project. We are trying to take the project to the objective with the quality goals achieved under the constraints. Various constraints are there: time constraint, budgetary constraint, resource constraint, there is risk, then there are milestones. So we have to take care of all this. And critical paths, we have to understand that no activity on the critical path should be delayed. And for that, what we have done, that we are calling for a critical path meeting after the project plan is completed and corrected. Now, there are 5 people sitting in front of me. They are the task owners. And I'm going to ask them the first question. My question number 1 to them is, So guys, you read this question.
Do you plan to take a leave during your task?
So what is the problem if a person is taking a leave during his task, which is critical?
It's going to delay the project.
It will delay the
Extended.
project, right?
Yes.
So
Correct.
now I have to ask this question before I even started, because if once I've started the project, I will assume that the project is going to finish on the 22. Now, if a person suddenly takes a leave in the middle of the project, it's going to be delayed, right?
Correct.
So I need to know that do you plan to take a leave during your task? Now, if he says yes, then what will be my steps? So the first step is that I will try to understand if the leave is negotiable. So what is a negotiable leave? Negotiable leave is the one in which the date can be changed. For example, if he says, look, I am planning to take a vacation. So you just suggest to him that you take the vacation after your task is completed, right? After your task is completed. So if the person agrees, then your problem is solved. But now, suppose if the person says, look, sir, I'm going to get engaged, or I'm going to get married, or I'm going to have, my wife is going to have babies. Okay, I mean baby. So during the task, so it means that these are non-negotiable events in a person's life, right or wrong, guys? A person has to be
Correct,
present, right? If a person doesn't take a leave, how does he get engaged or get married? Or if the person is not there during his wife's, delivery, so it doesn't work in his life, right? Okay. So now what you need to do if the person says yes, because for you it is also very much important to complete the task. So guys, tell me, what is your suggestion? So what do you say? If the person is planning to take a leave during the task, then what will be your response to prevent any impact on the schedule?
Negotiate.
Hmm?
Leave after the completion of project, or maybe some replacement.
No, basically, he is a full-time employee and he is a permanent employee. So this is a non-negotiable leave. The response is like this. I'm going to write it, then you can read, arrange. So guys, you read the answer. Read the answer.
Arrange an equally skilled resource in advance.
Advance. Okay. See, what is the start date of the project? What is the start date?
1st January.
Now, what is the today's date?
12th of August.
So how much time do you have to get another person? So you have the half month of the August. Okay. September, October, November, December, September, October, November, December, right? 4.5 months you have, right? Now, do you understand that why did I ask you to plan at the earliest? Right or wrong? It takes some time to basically select even a substitute resource. It will take you time. So a lot of things, resource mobilization, resource selection of the vendors, procurement process, all these take time, right? So that is why I'm telling my students that it is not only important to learn the Microsoft project, but it is also very much important to start the project planning much in advance so that you can find out the troubles much in advance and fix them, right? Okay. Now, this is solved. Now, the second question is about so we have taken care of the man. The second question is about the machine.
Sir. Hello.
Yes. Now you read this question. Read this question.
do you have any machine that can break down during your task?
Now, guys, what is the problem if a machine breaks down during the task? Tell me, guys.
If it is related to critical, then it will definitely delay the
Correct.
project.
So, definitely we are having the critical path meeting, and all the people, those who are gathered in this room, they're all assigned on the critical task only, right? So that's why we are having this meeting. If he says yes, then there are some possible options. So, guys, can you guess that what is the possible option?
Sir, we can plan 2-3 days more for breakdown.
See, there are two possible options. I'm going to write the answer from my own. I'm actually transferring my experience to you. So, read this, guys.
Arrange your standby, do preventive maintenance.
See, you can arrange a standby if the equipments are small, right? And suppose if you're having a big equipment like 50-ton crane, 100-ton crane, because, arranging a standby, that could be very costly, right? So you have another 100-ton crane standing as a standby. So that would be very, very, very costly. So what you can do, that you can do preventive maintenance. So what is a preventive maintenance? The maintenance which is done so in anticipation of a breakdown. So before you go to a long journey, so you will basically check your car. Similarly, you must have seen preventive maintenance being done by the airline's crew. When a plane lands, a lot of people are checking the plane. So they're checking the plane for the next flight, right? So is it possible to do any kind of the troubleshooting in the midair? Tell me, guys.
It's difficult.
Possible. So that is why we understand that the preventive maintenance should be done so as to prevent any kind of big equipment from the breakdown, so that it runs very smoothly during the task. We want the man and machine to be available together, right? Is it clear? So that is why the preventive maintenance is an option for big machines, and for small machines which will not cost much, and we can arrange a standby. Suppose there are 10 people in the group, they are using a machine, you can arrange one standby machine, which is a small one. So that is okay. Now, the third question is that material. Read this question, guys, read this.
Is there any material which can run in short supply during the task?
Okay, guys, tell me one thing. Man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there.
Biggest issue.
So the activity, so the task can't be done, right? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Man is there, machine is there. If the material is not available, then the task can't be done. If he says yes, then what you need to do? I'll tell you from my experience. So I'm not saying that this will suit you, but you can get ideas from this. Okay. Read the answer, guys.
Place a dummy bulb order to see how much time it takes for the time to arrive. But sir, one question is there.
Yes.
If the material is too much costly, then is it not going to affect the project?
See, that's why I said it is a dummy bulk order, dummy order.
Mm.
So you can tell the dealer or the supplier that, look, it is a dummy order. You just find out from your system, from your supply chain, that how much time it will take for the run. For example, if he says that it is going to take 45 days. So if he says 45 days, so guys, tell me, if your project is going to start on the 1st of the January and you want the material to arrive before the project, on which date you are going to place the order? Guys, please interact with me.
Sir, repeat, sir.
On which date you will place the order?
In the month of November,
Which date?
around 15th of November.
Huh?
15th November.
So you will place the order on the 15th of the November. Now you place the order on the 15th of the November, the material arrives on the 31st of the December, right?
Yeah.
Now, out of the 10,000 pieces, 500 pieces are defective. Now, what's going to happen?
So we need to take some cushion also, some contingency also in that.
Yeah. So, you know, what you should do, if the supplier is saying 45 days is the supply time, then you order it 60 days in advance. Instead of 45 days, you order it 65 days. So you place the order on 31st of the October, the material will arrive on 15th of the December. See guys, I told you that the quality has to be also maintained for the product. Guys, tell me one thing. If I'm doing everything right and you know one of the items is faulty, will I get a working product? If one of the material is of poor quality, can I get a working product which is meeting the quality acceptance criteria? Yes, no.
Oh, no.
We cannot get it immediately.
No, we cannot get it. So we must give time for the quality activities also. So when the raw material comes in, my quality team will test some samples and they will test the entire lot. And suppose if they find that some 500 pieces are defective, they can get it replaced even before the start of the project. Right or wrong, guys? Is this clear?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so they can get it replaced. Okay, so that is the benefit of the critical path meeting. Okay, now there is a fourth item also here. So the fourth item is like this. Read this. Read this, guys.
Work which is there any subcontracted work which requires large cash approval?
Suppose you have a subcontractor and he has brought in a lot of labor from the different places. And he says that, boss, I don't have a deep pocket. You should give me the payment every week so that I can make the payment to the labor also. Now, if you are having large amount of payment and which it takes time for the approval process, and then what happens, the payment is delayed. And you know, the laborers will leave the site. That is the problem. So this is also the fourth item, which is the cash. So you got to make sure that if you are having a situation like this, then what is the solution? So guys, read the answer.
Take approvals in advance. Yes.
Take approval in advance, keep the approval in your pocket. You take the cash only when you need it actually. Right guys, is it clear?
Yeah, correct.
If the approval process is completed, then getting the cash is not going to take much time. So that whenever you need to pay the cash payment, so you take the approval to the accounts guys and the accounts guys will dispense you the cash, right? Is this thing clear? So
Yes,
what
yes.
is the benefit of the critical path meeting? So the critical path meeting basically is based upon the critical path. It is used to prevent any kind of delay in the project. Because if the critical path is delayed, then the project is delayed. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Correct. Correct.
Now, what is the shortcut to remember these items? So I'm going to write a formula here. So you read the formula on the top. So guys, what did I write on the top?
3M plus
So what is the 3M?
material.
See, you start with the man. See, any project cannot be done without man, right?
Mm.
Man is helped by what? Man is helped by the machine. And machine needs an input of material, right? So man, machine, material, 3M. And what is the C? C is the
Dash.
cache, right? So this is what you will ensure in the critical path meeting, because there are two kind of risk on the project. One is the known risk, one is the known risk. Known risk is the one which we can anticipate and calculate, and we can take some preventive measures in advance. This is called a known risk. And what is an unknown risk? So guys, can you predict earthquake in advance?
No.
Can you predict the tsunami in advance?
No.
Can you predict the outbreak of next virus in advance? That what new kind of virus will hit the world?
No.
No, it is not possible. So there are many risks which are unpredictable. Some risks are predictable, right? If I say rain, yes, rain can be predictable because it is based upon a pattern. But the floods which happen, they are not based upon any pattern. So floods are happening all over India in those places which are considered to be the deserts. Okay, which are considered to be the driest part of the country. So even they are experiencing the floods, right? So basically, the floods are not predictable, but the rainfall is pretty predictable for its start time and the finish time, which we call as the monsoon season. Monsoon season has a pattern, but whether the rain is going to lead to the floods this year or not, that is not predictable. So basically what is predictable? The risk on the scheduled path is predictable and it is calculable, and we can prevent it by making sure that at least due to the lack of resources, it should not be delayed. Right, guys? Is this clear now?
Yes.
Is this clear? So that is the benefit of using the Microsoft project, right? So guys, any question on the critical path meeting or the critical path? So what is the definition of the critical path? The definition of the critical path says critical path is the longest path which has got zero float or zero slack, and critical path represents the minimum time which is required to complete a project. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Sir.
Clear or not? Or there is some doubt?
Sir, I want to ask you one question.
Good.
Suppose we are ordering something and that is coming from offshore or something like that, and there can be delay in either custom or delivering. So what could be the possible instances that we can take while covering those things?
Correct. Very good question. See, whenever you should use a software, you should plan all the activities, and then you look at the past data. You ask, basically go through the archive. See, normally what we do, that that once we complete a project and if we faced any problem, we write those in the lesson learned. All the organizations which are good process-based organization, they have something called the knowledge base, in which they keep organization past data, or that is called organization process asset. They, based upon the past experience, they say that if you're going to order this kind of a material, the minimum duration should be 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And if this is the quantity, then you add certain more duration for the quantity. Now, what is that? Basically, it is the transfer of experience. So basically, you can consult certain documents, but if the activity is delayed, so then you will have to accept the delay and you will have to reschedule the project. Right, guys? Is it clear? But why are we calling this critical path meeting? To anticipate such delays and take the preventive action much ahead before the start of the project. right? Is it clear? So if
Yes.
I take a preventive action much before the start of the project, then I'm not going to basically have any risk happening during the project. Even if it is happening, I'm already prepared for it, right? Right or wrong?
Mm.
So if you think
Correct.
that some items can go in short supply, then you order the item much in advance, and then make sure that you have some little bit of extra capacity. If some of the items are defective, you can immediately replace them, and at the end of the project, you can get it substituted or refunded by the supplier. So you can do both the things. Either you get it replaced before the start of the project, or you get extra items and tell the supplier, look, whatever defective is remaining at the end of the project, I will get the refund. Right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So you can do it both ways. So make sure that you understand the critical path and make sure that it is a preventable thing. It can be calculated, man, machine, material, and the cash can be calculated for their schedule when they are required, and what is their start date, what is the finish date of the activity on which man and machine is required, and material should be arriving on which date. So that can be calculated and that can be prevented, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the critical path. Now, guys, have you heard something called the near critical path? No? I'll show you what
Yes,
is
sir.
the near critical path. Okay, now, first of all, you remove the filter. Remove the filter and you select no filter from the top. Select the option no filter. So it is displaying. Now, just do this thing. So you change the duration of, let's say, this activity you change to 15 days. 15. And you change the duration of this activity, let's say, to 16 days. Okay, 16 days. 16. Now, once you do that, you will notice that, these activities are very much near to the finish date,
Mm.
but they're not being marked as critical because they do have some float. Because they have some float. Now, these activities are called near critical activities. Now, what is the risk with the near critical activities? See, near critical activities have a tendency to expand during the execution phase. So in the planning
Mm.
phase, they look very harmless. But what happens that during the execution, as per the experience of the, experienced project managers, since you have precaution for the critical, but you don't have the precaution for the near critical, they expand beyond the existing critical and they delay the project, right? They just, overshoot the finish date of the project and they go beyond the current finish date of the project. So these are very much risky also. Now, then you can set up a rule. You can say that, look, if there is any activity which is near to the finish date by three days, that will be also marked as critical. So it means that these two activities will be also marked as the critical, right? And they will be also treated like the critical activity. They will be also provided the protection. But if you're having large number of the near critical activities, it is not possible to mentally track them, right?
Mm.
So you got to set up some rule in the software so that the software will mark also those activities as the critical, and it will mark them in the red color if they're having any amount of the float which is 3 or less than 3 days. If an activity is near to the finish date by 3 days or less, then that should be also marked as the critical, right? Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to
Sir.
set up this rule into the software.
Is
Yes.
is it possible to, because some tasks it will be having months or something like that. So suppose it is 1 month slack or 1.5 month, then still it can be depending upon the project length. That 1.5 month still is going to be very less. So is
Yeah,
it
so
going to
it
possible
is
to?
dependent upon your judgment that how much is the distance you mark. So for this current one, we are using a distance of 3 days. So that
Okay.
depends upon your judgment. If you feel that, look, the project is 5 years long, even the one month is less. So you can set the rule to 1 month. So if an activity is coming within the 1 month the perimeter distance from the finish date. So that will be marked as the critical. Now let us see how it is implemented, right? Okay.
Fine.
Now we are going to tell the Microsoft project that you mark all the activities which are coming within the range of 3 days from the finish as the critical, right? Now, how to do it, that we will do from the setting. Now, guys, everybody grab the mouse and click on the file. Everybody click on the file option here. Okay, guys, you are here in the file. So click on the file and then you select the options at the bottom. Okay, guys, you tell me you are here in the project
Yes, sir.
options box. Now, in the project options box, there is an option called advanced. Select advanced and then you scroll to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom, absolute bottom. Yes, you drag that bar, you will come to the bottom. Now, guys, you can read here at the bottom, read this text. What does it say?
Tasks are critical. Okay. If Slack less than or equal to some.
So now the rule is set to 0. So, you know, if it is having 0 Slack, so only that will be marked as critical. Even if any activity is having 1 day, 2 day, or 3 day, now you set the rule to 3 days. You set it to 3 days. So if any activity comes within the range of 3 days from the finish date, that will be marked as the critical. So you set the rule to 3 and then you click on the OK. Click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, do you see that these two activities are also marked as the critical, even they have the float. Now, if you want a very sure confirmation whether these are really critical or not, do one thing. You set the filter to critical. Okay, set the filter to critical. You will see that these two activities are also appearing in the critical activities list, right? Even then they have the float, so they are being marked as the critical, right? Okay, now guys, now you count that how many activities are here as critical?
7.
7. So how many people you will call into the critical path meeting?
All 7.
Yes, you will call the 7 people. Now, what happens that when these two guys, they turn up into the room, they look at the projector and say that, boss, my activity has some float. Then why you have called me into the critical path meeting? My activity is not critical. So guys, tell me, what will you explain to him? If he points out that his activity is not having, his activity is having some float, then why he has been called into the meeting? So can you please tell me how you will explain to him?
Simple. We'll tell him that the slack time is too much, very narrow, and we cannot miss those points that will going to affect our project. So that's why you are here.
Correct. Absolutely correct. You tell him that the slack time or the float time is too less. And you know, during the execution phase, there is a very good chance that some of your activities might even expand beyond the current finish date. And due to that reason, the project can be delayed. So we are offering the same protection to your activity also as to the critical path with 0 float, right? Is it clear? So what is the protection plan? 3M plus C, right?
So in this case, how the 3M plus C will be calculated? Suppose the task is there, which is for some particular batch upgrade. And hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, good question.
Okay, and suppose only single resource is working or 2 resources are working on that, and the duration of that task is 20 days.
See,
Okay.
you are going to ask him the same questions that is there any person or you are going to take a leave during your task? Is there any machine which can have a possibility to break down, or is there any material which can run in short supply? You know, you can ask these questions, and after asking these questions, so then you can ensure that these activities are also receiving the protection. Now, what is the thumb rule? How do you determine? See, normal observation is that I've observed that when you are having a project, so normally in 1 month, you can lose 1 day in any kind of domain. So if you've got a 1 year project, how many months are there? 12 months are there. So you can set a gap of 12 days as the near critical path. And if you're having 2 year project, it's not necessary that you will set it to 24, but suppose if your project management is good, you can use 15, you can reduce the gap, right? And if you're having a 3 years project, that doesn't mean that you will have to put 36 days. Don't put the 36 days. You say that, okay, we will observe and the monitor and control the project very, very closely. We can do with a gap of 20 days or 25 days, right? So that will depend upon your observation. That will depend upon your project management. If you are very, very sharp in the project management, then you will not need very large amount of the gap. Because if you increase the gap, what is going to happen? If you increase the gap, the number of the near critical activities, suddenly the list will jump. And you will find that your entire room is full of people. Almost all the people in the project are in the room. Okay. So basically, you should be using this facility very judiciously, right? And make sure that your monitoring and controlling is very, very tight. Is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but the thumb rule is there. You can start with this, then you observe that how much works best for you. Then you set the value to that number of the days, right? Okay, now we are going to remove the filter. So how to remove the filter? Go to the filter and you select no filter. Now, how to remove the rule? The same way. So you go to the file, options. Okay, wait here. Then we come to the advanced. And then we scroll down to the bottom. And at the bottom, we set the rule back to 0. Tasks are critical if the slack is less than equal to 0 and click on the OK. And once you click on the OK, these two activities are now marked as non-critical. These are marked as normal. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Asif, do you see the parallel connection between the Primavera and the Microsoft of the project? We are doing the same thing here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, Abhishek, you had also done the Primavera training, right? So I hope you remember this part.
Yes, I remember.
So do you see the parallel? See, basically we are doing the same functionality
Yeah.
with a different kind of interface. So we are using the same set of the rules. Basically, the subject is the project management. We are trying to understand the critical path. We are trying to understand that what can delay the activities on the critical path. And we are trying to take preventive actions, right? So we are doing that. We are taking care of the critical path. We are taking care of also the near critical path, right? Okay, guys. Now, tell me that what is the current finish date of the project?
22nd.
22 January, right? Which you can see on the row number 0. Now, suppose if I remove the holiday Wednesday, then what will be the new finish date of the project?
21.
No.
Think again, think seriously.
19. It will be 19.
Think again, think seriously.
Okay.
If I remove 1 day of the holiday, that is the Wednesday, 3rd of the January, what will be the new finish date of the project?
20.
Correct. See,
20.
the day will be removed, 1 day will be removed. Since it can't work on Sunday, it will come to the Saturday, right? Okay. Now, let us remove the holiday and see the impact, right? Okay. So keep the date 20 in mind. So guys, you click on the option project. Click on the option project. And after you clicked on the option project, click on the change working time. No, not this. Click on the change working time, and you hold your screen here. So guys, everybody please confirm that are
Yes,
you
sir.
change the working time box? Are you in this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now select the holiday. You click on the number 1 here. Yeah, no, click on the number 1. Correct. You click on this column, the blank column. Then you click on the delete button. Click on the delete. And then click on the OK. So after you click on the OK, the holiday will
Okay.
be removed and the new finish date will be calculated as 20. Right, guys? Now, guys, if you would
Yes.
notice that some of the cells are in the blue color, they are in the blue color because these are the cells which are recently impacted by the change, right? If the values in any particular cells are changed recently, so they are represented with a blue background. Do you see the blue background here?
Yes, sir.
The blue background is only appearing in those cells whose data has been impacted. Now, if you save, if you click on the save button, so this blue background will be removed. Click on the save, or you can use the Control S shortcut. So guys, did you save the data?
How
Yes,
you
sir.
got this blue background? I didn't get it.
Blue background means that these are the cells whose data has been impacted or changed.
Okay. But how
Now,
you got
if you click on the save button, if you minimize the Microsoft project and maximize it, you will see that this background will become white. Now you minimize and maximize, you will see that this background is now white. Because when you do the minimize and maximize, then it refreshes the screen.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
is this clear? But suppose if you don't save it, but still you do minimize and maximize, it's not going to make it white.
No,
It,
but
it is basically reminding you there are some changes yet to be saved. So once you have saved the changes, so what is the proof that there is no change waiting for you? Guys, you will see that undo and redo buttons are inactive. Undo and redo buttons will be inactive in case all the changes are saved by you. But if there is some change, unsaved changes are there, undo and redo button will be active. Right, guys? Is this clear? So keep that in mind.
Yes, sir.
Now we come back to the main point. Is the critical path clear? Okay. Is the near critical path clear?
Yes, sir.
yeah, but I haven't received the blue. I haven't got the blue one. The blue highlighted when I made the change, it deleted the.
See, I'll just give the demo to you. Just watch. Suppose if I change the duration of this activity, task number 1, see that what happens. I change it to 7. Now, what is impacted? These are the cells which are impacted once, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if I undo it, you know the impact will be gone. Why? The impact is gone because it has been restored to the previous state of the data. Till this point, the data is saved, right? That is why it is now white. But if I make any change and if that change has an impact on a range of the data, so that data will be shown in the blue background. The blue background means either you accept it or you reject it. If you accept it, you save it. If you reject it, you click on the undo button, right? So the blue background is put only to draw your attention that look, these are the data which have been changed. Do this look okay to you? If this don't look okay to you, so what you can do? If this look okay to you, you save it. If this don't look okay to you, you undo it. Right, guys? Is this clear? Tell me, guys, yes or no. Give me a feedback.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
clear, clear, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, guys, I'm pausing for questions on critical path and the near critical path. And if you have any questions and doubts before we close this rule, so you can ask me, then we will go to the next rule. Tell me, guys, do you have any questions on this? No?
No, sir. I'm okay.
Okay, you don't have any questions. Okay, not an issue. So we will close this lesson and we'll save the data. And what is the next rule? Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Now we come to the file. Okay. Then what do? We click on the file, save as. We click on the file, save as. Then we select the path, practice projects. We click on this path where we are keeping all our lessons. And then we rename the new file as 03 underscore dependencies underscore and relationships. Okay, like this, dependencies and relationships. That's what we are going to learn in the next rule.
One minute, sir.
Yes. Yeah. I am waiting for you to catch up here. Just look
Yeah.
at the name as I have written. So you also do the same thing, then tell me.
Yeah, sir. Okay.
Okay, very good. So you have written the same name,
Yes, sir.
03 dependencies and relationship, and save it. Okay, so after you save it, you will have the same looks. Now guys, just do one thing. You select the entire column task name. You select the entire column task name. And then you click on this button. It is breaking the link. Click on this button. You see that it has broken the relationship, right?
Mhm.
Now, just do this thing.
Mhm.
I want all the days to be 6 days. So what do? You select only the days column and drag it down like this. See what I'm going to do on the screen. I'm going to select, no, only the days column, only the days column, only one column. Yeah. Now you drag it down from the corner and it will fill all the rows below with the same data, right? Release it. Do you see that it has
Mhm.
become same? Right?
Mhm.
So guys, do you remember fill down in Primavera?
Yes, sir.
So it is the same effect, but it is being done in a different way. In the Primavera, you have to click the button. Here, you don't have any button, but you drag the data downwards and it is going to fill all the below rows. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you save the data by clicking on the floppy button. So you click on this button, floppy, it will save the data. Okay, now we are going to learn about the dependencies and relationships. First, we will go to our notes. Now, I will go to my notes. You just stay here. You will observe it.
Primavera, sir.
You just observe the screen, okay? You just stay here. So guys, to create a relationship or a dependency, I need minimum 2 tasks. Okay. So one of the tasks will assume the role of the predecessor, and another task the second one will assume the role of the predecessor. So predecessor means which comes earlier and successor means which comes later. So that is the pure meaning in English language. But here, basically the predecessor means boss, right guys? I've written boss.
Yes.
Now you read that what is the definition of the predecessor in the project management? Read this text. Read the red color text.
Predecessor's task is the one which controls the start or finish date of the successor task.
Correct. See, every task has got 2 dates: start, finish, start, finish. So I believe that you remember permutations and combinations, right? So if you do 2 multiplied by 2, you get total 4 combinations, right guys? You get 4 combinations here, right or wrong?
Correct.
So what are the 4 combinations here? The four combinations which are possible, the first and the most common combinations, read this.
Finish
What
to
is this?
start. Finish to start.
Okay, now in the finish to start, let us assume that these two are people. The boss is talking to his subordinate. So what is the boss saying?
When I finish, then
Read it a little bit
you can
loudly
start.
so that you remember it.
When I finish, you can start.
Correct. Now in the Gantt chart, it will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the finished side of the predecessor and it will hit the start date of the successor. It will be related like this. Right, guys?
Correct.
Okay. Now let us look at the second possible combination. Read this. What is
Start to start.
start to start? Now, what is the predecessor saying to the successor?
When I start, you also start.
Correct. When I start, then you also start. It will be represented like this on the Gantt chart. Right? The arrow will start. Okay, so you can say the predecessor is the one, he is the boss, he is shooting the arrows, right? So the arrow will start always from the predecessor and it will always hit the successor. So the start date of the predecessor will control the start date of the successor and the arrow will be represented like this. Okay. Now let us look at the third possibility.
Third one is
So what is the name of this?
finish to finish.
Now,
Finish to finish.
what is the boss saying to the successor?
When I finish, then you also finish.
So it will be represented like this on the Gantt chart. The arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor and it will hit the finish date of the successor, right? Okay. Now guys, now let us look at the fourth possible combination. Read this.
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
Yes. Now it is going to be represented like this. The arrow will start from the start date and it is going to basically control the finish date of the successor. So the arrow will hit the finish side of the successor. Now there is a precondition here. Guys, you read this. What is the precondition?
Start date is predetermined.
Start date is predetermined and fixed, right? So keep this in mind. Now we are going to represent these four dependencies and relationships in the Microsoft project, and so that we can see that what is the impact on the schedule. Because we said that the schedule is created by the calendar, then schedule is adjusted. Now let us see how the dependencies and relationship, they adjust the schedule of the project. Now guys, click on the Microsoft project, come into the Microsoft project. And everyone please confirm that you are having, okay, the sample data like this. You guys, you have the sample data like this, same to same? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now what we do, so those who are coming from the Primavera, so here we are going to create the WBS. We don't have any WBS tab, but we can create the WBS here very simply and directly. So guys, you rename the task number 1 as finish to start. Capital F and capital S, you rename this as finish to start. Finish to start. And press enter. And after that, you select 4 activities below this. You select the activities 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you push them inwards. How to do it? You click on this button, indent button. So once you click the indent button, you will see that the numbering will change. Okay. Do you see that the numbering has changed? And also, do you see that it has become a summary task, right? Do you see that? Tell me, Asif, isn't it easy?
Yes.
Right? So here you don't have to go to the WBS screen. Here you can do it from the same screen. You can basically convert the activities which are below to the child activities by just pushing them inwards. So when you put some activities inward, the parent activity will be immediately delegated the role of the summary task, right? Okay. Now, if you want to insert a blank row, so it is very simple. You select the row number 6, guys. You select the row number 6 by clicking on the number 6. And then you press the insert button. No, don't use this. Press the insert button on your keypad. No, don't right click, just click and press the insert button. It will insert a absolutely blank row. Press the insert button on your keypad. Okay. Now it has basically, why did I ask you to insert a blank row? For increasing the readability, for the enhanced reading. Now you select these two activities and indent. Click on the indent. And then you will see it has become a summary task. Now you rename this as start to start.
How to
Okay.
insert this insert task is coming.
So do not insert task, Baba. Delete it and use the insert button. Insert button on your keypad. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Not like Excel, just insert it.
Press the insert button which is there on your keypad. Listen to my instruction carefully.
Okay.
Okay, now you have got it. Okay, press enter. Okay, now you click on the number 10 and press the insert button. Click on the number 10 here. No, number 10, Baba, number 10 here on the row. Correct. And press the insert button to create a blank row. Press yes. Now you rename this as finish to finish. Finish to finish. And then you select the next two tasks, 12, these two rows, and you indent them. And they will become the child. Okay, so they will become the child, and the finish to finish will become the parent. It will be looking like a summary task, right? Do you see that instant change? Do you see that? It looks like a summary task, right? Okay, once again, you insert a blank row here by selecting the row and pressing the insert button. Okay, now you change it to start to finish. Rename this as start to finish. And then you select these two and you indent them. They will become the child. Okay. Now, rest of the activities you may delete. We need to delete. We don't need this. You just select them and hit the delete button. So you select from the left-hand side and click on the delete button. So once you clicked on the delete button, these will be removed. Now you can click the save button or you can press Ctrl S. Okay. You have done the Ctrl S. Did you save this, guys? So, you are going to learn two things, that how to create the work breakdown structure. So how to create a summary task. Basically, a summary task is created automatically in Microsoft Project when you indent the child task. So the parent which is just above, it is basically pushed into the role of the parent. The task which is just above, it becomes the parent task automatically, right? So basically it is also called the summary task because it is going to summarize the data which is contained in the task below it. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
The parent task is also called the summary task. Now, let us come to the main point. Here, the main point is like this. Now, I'm going to hide the start slack column. So, guys, you right click on this and you hide it. You right click and hide. See, whenever we don't need a column, we can hide it. Hide column. Okay. So here, inserting and hiding a column is very simple because the columns are there in the background. So they are working. So their data is getting calculated. So you don't have to worry about that because whenever you insert a column, the column will come with the updated data. So all the columns are basically loaded into the memory, and Microsoft project, basically it does the calculation instantly, right? It works very fast to do the rescheduling of even the 10,000 or 12,000 activities. It is done in one split second because all the data is kept into the memory. So this is also a very memory intensive software, but it does the recalculation instantly and immediately on the spot, right? So the project summary task will be always displayed in the red color, and the summary task which happen to be there inside the project, they will be displayed in the green color. So, this is basically our own choosing. So we can choose it. We can create a standard template file and we can do all the settings in one file and we can distribute that template file to our colleagues. So everybody has got the same formatted look. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So whenever someone is planning their project, they can use one template, which is the standardized one, which is provided by a very knowledgeable person. So he will standardize and distribute to all throughout the company. Everybody can use it. And then it would look uniform throughout the company, right? Okay, now what we were trying to do, we are trying to understand that how does the finish to start work? So I asked one of my civil engineering friends that how do you construct a building? He says that first we do is the excavation task. So then I said, then what? He says when excavation is finished, then we do PCC. PCC means plain cementing and concreting. So then I asked him, then what do you do when PCC is finished? He says that when PCC is finished, then we do reinforcement. So after the reinforcement, he says that when the reinforcement is finished, then we start shuttering. So guys, he's mentioning finish and start, right guys? Is this clear? Okay. Now first of all, let us write the activity name which are done one after the other. So 1.1, you rename it as excavation. 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 Then 1.2, you write as PCC. You don't have to write the full form, just write in capital letters PCC. No, you remove the previous text. In capital, you write here PCC and press enter. In 1.3, you write reinforcement. REINFORCEMENT, reinforcement. And in the 1.4, you write shuttering. Okay. You can press F2 and you write here shuttering. SHUTTERING, shuttering, right? Okay, everybody please confirm you have written the same. Okay, now guys, read what is the name of this column. Read guys.
Finish to start.
No. What is the name of this column here?
Predecessor.
Yes, predecessor. Now guys, if I talk about the predecessor, so if I talk about the PCC, so who is the predecessor of the PCC?
excavation.
Excavation. And what is the home number of the excavation? Read this on the left hand side.
Hmm.
2,
2.
right? So this is the row ID, right? So the row
Hmm.
ID is 2. So for the PCC, the predecessor will be written as 2FS. It means what we are saying that your predecessor is on the row number 2 and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start. FS, finish to start, it's a short form. So you write here 2FS and immediately a relationship will be established. So guys,
when we write 2, it will be go with the finish to start by default.
yeah, but tell me again.
If when we write 2, it will go finish to start by default.
Yeah, by default, it will write. I will tell you that why I am not asking you to do that because I'm teaching here, right? So a lot of people will be confused that why you only write only 2? Because the thing is that in the Microsoft project, it is taking the cue from the history. See, remember, if you can think of the historical times, so how people used to do the work, they used to have the pencils, right? And they used to do it manually, right? Right or wrong?
That's
So then finish to
Yes.
start being the most common, they established an understanding, a common understanding was established in the project management community that since the finish to start is so common, we are not going to write it each time, right? So that will save the time and tip of the pencil, right? Right or wrong? So Microsoft project has carried the same tradition here. Even if you write 2FS, it is going to display the 2. Since the finish to start is by default, even if you write the 2, it is going to establish the finish to start relationship. Since I'm teaching here, I don't want to confuse any new person. So that's why I'm asking you to write here 2FS, even though it is hiding it, right? But I've requested to the Microsoft guys, so guys don't hide it. Please keep it displayed because if a person is using the Primavera, he might be confused, right? Have you seen that in the Primavera, it is displayed. It is not hidden, right? If you select the FS as the relationship, it is maintained. Okay. In the predecessor column. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Now, who is the predecessor for reinforcement?
PCC.
PCC. And so what is the house address of the PCC?
3 FS.
So you write here 3FS. You write here 3FS. Okay, during my training. So just don't worry. Now, who is the predecessor for the shuttering?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. And what is the house address of the reinforcement?
4
So you write here 4FS. You write here 4FS. You stick to the best practice. So I'll always ask you to write the 4FS. There is a reason for that. Okay, I'll show you in a while. Now the relationship has been established. So you should save the data till this point. Make it a best practice. Either you click on the floppy or with your left hand, you can press Ctrl S. So you can work both ways. You can work with your left hand and right hand both. So whichever is clever and convenient, right? Okay. So you save the data by clicking on the floppy button. Now, guys, so we had told that in this relationship, the predecessor is basically controlling the successor. How it is controlling the successor? So it is controlling the successor from its finish date. So if the finish date of the predecessor is changed, so it is going to affect and impact the start date of the successor. Now, guys, let us do this thing. Go to the activity 1.1 excavation and change the duration to 10 days. From 6, increase it to 10. So guys, did you note something here? As you increase the duration, then what happens? If you increase the duration to 10, the finish date changes for the predecessor. And if the finish date changes for the predecessor, it impacts the finish date of the successor. Now here, basically what it is, basically, it is like this. It is the finish date. Okay. So this finish date is controlling the start date, right? If the finish date is changing. Now here, what is happening? the finish of the excavation is saying, look, I'm finishing late, so you start late. And then the finish of the PC is saying that, look, I'm finishing late. Then it says to the reinforcement, you start late. Reinforcement is finishing late, and then it is saying to the shuttering that you start late, right? So guys, do you see the impact all the way? Finish to start, right?
Mm.
Is this clear? So the finish date of the predecessor is pushing the start date like this. The finish date is pushing the start date. Not only it is pushing, but it is pulling also. How it can pull? Just do this thing. Go to the excavation and change the duration to 4. Instead of the 10, now you change it to 4 days. Now, once you change it to 4 days, you know what is the excavation saying? That, look, I am finishing earlier, so you have a chance to start earlier. I am finishing earlier, so you have a chance to start earlier. I am finishing earlier, so you have a chance to start earlier, right?
Mm.
So is this clear, guys? So the finish date is controlling the start date of the successor. Now, you set the duration of the excavation to 6 days, back to 6 days, and see that what happens. Guys, did you see that what happened if you increase it to 6? It is once again pushing the successor, right, guys? Is this clear?
Mm. Yes, sir.
So, because the finish date of the predecessor is in control of the start date, so that is why this relationship is called finish to start. Because only when the predecessor finishes, then the successor can start. So the arrow is starting from the finish date and it is hitting the start date. That is why it is written as FS. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That is the simplest of the relationship and it is established by default. So it is pre-programmed into the interface. So if you select any 2 or more activities and you click the chain button, it will establish the finish to start relationship by default. Okay. It is going to establish the finish to start relationship by default. So if you want to change it, you can change it later. Right? Okay. Now guys, tell me, is the finish to start clear? Because you know the finish
Yes, sir.
to start being the most common. So we are all used to it as a new project manager. You know, every project manager has a tendency to use the finish to start mostly. But the finish to start creates the maximum time duration. So guys, if you look at the time duration in the WBS summary, so what is the time duration?
24 now.
24 days. So basically it is adding up the duration of all the activities below it, right?
Correct.
6 for the 24. Okay. Now I will give you an example of start to start just to stimulate your thought process, but then I will remove my example so that after understanding my example, you can bring an example from your own domain. Now, what happened that there is a task which I have to do in my project, which is called software testing. So I write the task like this, software testing. And this task is going to take around, say, 10 days, right? And after the testing, so, you know, I planned it like this, that after the testing is completed, I will get a defect list. So the tester will provide me with a list of the defects. Then I will do the defects fixing. I'll fix them, right? And that is also going to take me 10 days. 10 days. Now, what do I do? So since I'm basically a new project manager, I have not much idea. I put both the activities in finish to start. I write here 8FS like this. Now, guys, once I write 8FS, so the total duration is added. So guys, tell me what is the duration, right? Total duration for both the 20 days, because 10 plus 10. Now, what happens? There is a very smart chap in my team. So, you know, he is very forward thinking. He says that, boss, we can do both of them in parallel. We can do the software testing. And when we start the software testing, we can start doing the defect fixing as well. So then I ask him that, what is your scheme? What is your plan? He says, boss, let us do this thing. We will put the software onto the server. So guys, do you see this red box? Yes or no? Then there is a green box, which is the computer used by the tester. So what the tester will do, the tester will download the code. He will download the code onto his box, into his laptop. Then he showed me a green box. So then I asked him that what is the green box? He says that the green box is basically that of the developer. So the tester will test a line. If he detects a fault in that or a defect, he will inform the developer. So developer will on the spot go to the server and fix it, and he will move to the next line and so on. So it means that these guys can work in parallel. So once the software testing is started, so each time there is a defect noticed by the tester, he can inform the developer, and who can fix it on the server. So this way we can start the defect fixing process as soon as the software testing task is started. So we don't have to wait for it to finish entirely. We can have a start to start and save time. We said, fine, it looks good, right? This is a doable thing and I approve of it. And then I tell him that, yes, please change the relationship. So guys, how do you change the relationship? Very simple. You just go to this cell, predecessor cell, press F2. Ashwini, place your cursor on the predecessor cell, press F2. Press F2, function 2. And then next to the 8, you write SS. After the 8, you write SS, 8 SS.
Sir, your voice breaks, sir.
Write 8 SS. 8 SS.
8 SS.
SS and press enter. So guys, do you see that these two activities have come in parallel? Now, what was the earlier duration?
10
Guys,
days.
tell me, what was
20
the
days.
earlier duration?
20
20 days.
days.
Now, what is the current duration combined?
10 days.
10 days.
10
Now,
days.
20 minus 10 equal to 10. It means that 50% of the time is saved, right? Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to ask you a logical question. Suppose if I cancel the software testing, can I do the defect fixing without doing the software testing?
No.
No, because that is a logical thing. Because without knowing the defects, I can't fix the defects. I would not know the defects unless and until I do the testing, right? So it means that the defect fixing is dependent. The defect fixing is dependent on software testing. And when it is dependent, then we establish a relationship. Now, guys, do you understand that what is the meaning of the dependency? So dependency is determined by your technical knowledge, that which activity is dependent on the which activity. So if there is a dependency, then there is a relationship. So dependency is determined by your technical knowledge and the relationship is selected by your project management knowledge. Right, guys? Is it clear? So that's why we say dependency and relationship. So wherever there is a dependency, there is a relationship. Right? Right or wrong? We have seen that in our personal lives also. Right or wrong, guys? Whenever there is a dependency, there is a relationship. If there is no dependency, then there is no relationship. Right? Is it clear?
Right.
Okay. So this thing applies here also. Since the defect fixing is dependent upon software testing to happen, so it will be done if the testing is done. If the testing is not done, then there is no need for the defect fixing also. Now we come to the dynamics of it. I had told you that the predecessor is the boss and it controls the start date of the predecessor, controls the start date of the successor. Now let us see this in action. So suppose if I postpone the date of the software testing to the next week, 8th, right? 8th is next week, guys. Do you see that? 8th is the next week, right? So if I postpone it to the next week, then what is going to happen? So once I select the 8th here, so guys, look at the Gantt chart and tell me what happened. What did you see there? What do you see there, guys?
For the entire project, there is no change. For the entire project, there is no changes. But both software testing and defect fixing, they are shifted by 1 week.
See, basically, I'm changing only the date for the software testing only. The defect fixing is moving automatically. See, I'm going to do it once again. I'm not going to touch the 2.2. See this. I'm only changing the date of the predecessor. The successor is moving along with the predecessor because it is dependent, right? Is it clear?
Yes.
If the software testing is delayed, can you do the defect fixing before the start of the testing?
No.
Tell me, guys. Now, if the software testing is preponed, right? It is preponed by 1 week, then the defect fixing can be also preponed by 1 week. And if it is preponed by another week, it will come there. See this, guys. See the game, right? The boss goes and the subordinate also goes because the boss had told that when I start, then you start, right? Let me refresh you on this. Okay, no, it is here. So read this. When I start, then you also start, right, guys? Right. So this is exactly what is happening here. Right or wrong, guys?
Right.
Huh? See this. Boss says I'm starting earlier. Then the success says, okay, boss. It says I'm going to start on the 1st. It says I'm going to start on the 1st. Boss says, look, I'll be starting next week. It says next week. It is okay. Is this clear? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So the start date is controlling, start date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor activity, right? Now, guys, that was my example. I'm sure that the logic is clear. I'm going to remove the example. I want you to think from your own domain and bring me some good example of the start to start. Think of it. Think from your own domain. You must have done something in the past.
It's a yes, sir. Is a testing and pre-commissioning of any substation projects.
So who is that?
Ashwani.
Ashwini. So you write it yourself. This is your screen. You write and explain to us. You write what is the predecessor activity, and then you write what is the successor activity. Okay, so you explain to us why it is start to start. Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. Suppose if I cancel the pre-commissioning of the project, can I still do the 2.2 changing of the cables connection?
No.
No, it means that they are dependent. So it means that this is valid, right? The relationship is valid. So pre-commissioning of the project. So what do you do in the pre-commissioning of the project?
Sir, we send commands from the control room, and if it is happening at the remote place, then we'll say it is okay. If it is not, then we will change the connection with the termination team, the one who are doing cable laying and termination work. We'll call them and ask them to change it, and then they will change it, and then we'll send the command again. If it is working, then it's okay. Otherwise, we will do until or unless we are getting the command at the site, we are going to do the changing. So that is called pre-commissioning and changing of the connections.
I can visualize it. I agree with the example. So guys, rest of you, can you visualize this? Can you agree with this example that he's explaining? And do you do it immediately, or there is some time lag? Do you have any delay from the start of the predecessor to the start of the successor? No, it is done instantly. So it means that if there is a change in the pre-commissioning of the project on the same day, you will do the changing of the cable connection, right? So it is like this.
Actually, both the teams will be at the site when pre-commissioning is going on. Definitely, the termination team will be also there.
So definitely, it is a start-to-start relationship without any time lag. So we will not have any lag here. So this is a very good example of the start-to-start. So it says that when we do the pre-commissioning, so at the same time we will do the changing of the cables connection. Okay, so I agree with this. So someone would like to give, say, a different example. So guys, any of you having a different example, or have you understood and agree with this? Okay, now we come to the finish to finish. If you agree with this example, then we can go to the finish to finish. So I will give my example. Then after that, you can think about your example and bring it here. So it is like this. My example is like this. I'm doing software development. Okay, software development. Now this is going to take 24 days. Right here, 24 days. Then what happens is that, I need a user manual to go along with this. So I create an activity or create a task, write user manual. Write user manual. And this is a 6-day activity. Now the person who is in the role of technical writer is sitting right in front of me while I'm doing the planning. Now this person is asking me, sir, when I should start writing the user manual. Guys, have you understood his question? When I should start writing the user manual? I tell him, no, it is not important when you start, but your user manual should be finished and ready when the software development is finished. Have you understood, guys, the logic? I want him to finish the user manual, writing the user manual at the same time as the software development is completed. Now, what is the logic behind this, guys? Tell me. So first of all, you write the relationship. So guys, what is the address of the predecessor?
FF.
The address. First, you tell me what is the address. What is the row ID? Row ID is 12.
12.
And what is the abbreviation? Abbreviation will be FF. So you write here 12FF. See, if you write here 12FF, the finish to finish relationship will be established. See, technically speaking, if you put all the activities in this world in the finish to start, you will never be technically wrong. Nothing will go wrong. Okay. So suppose if I increase the duration to 10 days, let's say it is 10 days, and change the relationship to finish to start. So guys, there is nothing technically wrong. I can always write the manual after the software is finished. There is nothing wrong. But look at the duration. So what is the duration right now? Tell me, guys.
34 days.
34 days, right? Okay, now you change the relationship to FF and see what is the duration. What is the duration? Finish to finish?
Not change.
Do you see? See, we are being smart with time. See, earlier, let me tell you my experience. See, when I became a project manager in the year 2000, Earlier, I was the technical architect and, I was using the project plan. I could do some planning also, but not much. So when I became the project manager, so, I would do planning for small project, big projects. And one day my practice director called me. So he said that if you are doing small projects, if you're planning for small projects, say 6 months, if you put every activity in the finish to start, it will not be very much visible, right? But suppose if you are having projects which is nearly 10 months and you're putting a lot of activities or most of the activities in the finish to start, the 10-month project will become 14-month project. 1 year project will become 1.5 year, right? So there is so much gap which is created by the finish to start relationship. Of course, the finish to start is there, but you should look out for the opportunity if you can convert a finish to start into either the start to start or the finish to finish. So here, even if you put the finish to start, so let me tell you, technically, if you observe, there is nothing wrong, right? If I put here just 12 like this, okay, like this, now the duration becomes 34 days, nothing wrong. I can always write the manual after the software development is completed. What is wrong in that? Is there anything wrong in that, guys? But what is the problem?
No,
We
nothing.
are working under the time constraint. So then I tell my this guy that you should finish the user manual along with the software, because software is the main product and user manual is the accessory, right, guys? So guys, tell me one thing. You bought a smart TV which has got a lot of features, right? And you open the box and you get everything except the user manual. So can you use all the features?
No,
No. It means that all the accessories should be packed along with the main product, right or wrong?
correct.
It means that all the accessories may not take as much as time as the main product. So what we can do, we can plan to start them in the finish to finish. Then the software will tell us based upon the duration, if you need 10 days, so which date you should start. It says that, okay, if you need 10 days, you start on the 17th of January, right? Right or wrong,
Correct,
guys?
correct.
So that you can finish the 10th day on the last day of the main product. So software development is the main product. User manual is the accessory. So if the accessory is ready along with the product, I can package them package them together, and I can give it to the client at the same time, and I save the time also, right? So I can basically work under the constraint, right, guys? Do you see the 24 days? So this 24 days is the minimum possible time to complete both the activities, because they are saving time by being done in parallel. Do you see the parallel portion here in the rectangle? So that is where you are saving the time. So here you are also saving the time, right? Right or wrong? So start to start is also to save the time, and finish to finish is also to save the time. So suppose if your team member says, boss, I need 3 days. So you increase it by 3, make it 13, and you keep your eye and observe the start date. Change it to 13, change the duration to 13. Ashwini?
Yes, sir.
Change it to 13, Baba. I'm asking you to change it to 13. Listen, for the 3.2, change the duration to 13 and observe what is happening with the start date.
No change.
What's happening here?
Start change will, yes.
Start date is preponed by 3 days. The software is telling you if you need 3 more days, you start 3 more days earlier, right?
4 more days, sir.
No, actually there is a Sunday here. So that's why it is going to the 13. Because of the Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because it is jumping over the Sunday. That's why it is coming to the 13. See, now I'm going to do a logic test. The logic test is like this. Guys, tell me one thing. If I cancel the software development, will I need to write the user manual if I'm not doing any software development at all?
No.
No, because the user manual is required if you need or if you develop the software, right? It is an accessory. If the main product is cancelled, then what is the use of writing the or creating the accessories, right? Okay. So is this clear? So it
Yes,
means
sir.
that the user manual is dependent on software development, and that is why we are establishing the relationship. Now, guys, do you understand the meaning of the dependency and the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So this is the meaning of the finish to finish relationship. Now, here the finish date can change for the successor only if the finish date of the predecessor changes. Right, guys? Okay. Now, guys, just do this thing. Go to the duration of the software development and make it 30. And then you observe what is happening to the finish dates. Observe these two boxes. Do you see that? The finish date for the predecessor is changing, and hence the finish date of the successor is changing, right? The finish date of the successor will not change unless and until the finish date of the predecessor changes. Is this clear, guys?
Yes,
See,
sir.
see this. See, the finish date of the predecessor changed to 27 January, and the predecessor and thus the finish date of the successor also changed. Because here the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the finish date of the successor. It says that what? It says what? Look at this. It says when I finish, then you also finish, right?
You also finish.
You also finish at the same time. So that is exactly what is happening here. Now, if I increase the duration, the finish date changes for the predecessor, then the finish date of the successor also changes. But if I only increase the duration or decrease the duration for the successor, if the successor duration is changed, it will not affect the finish date, but rather it will affect the start date only, right? If you need less days, then you can start later. If you need more days, you have to start earlier. Now, instead of the 10 days, if I need 14 days, so I'll have to start earlier, right? And if I need 10 days, then I can start later, but the finish date will remain constant because the finish date is under the control of the predecessor only, right? Okay, guys. So, guys, that was my example. I hope that I made the concept amply clear. Now, I want you to basically think on your own and get some good example from your memory, and you just shake up your brain cells. Okay, recall something. Okay, a very good example, explain it and place it here, and so that we agree with this, and you are sure that you can use it practically.
The completion of a snag list and as build drawing can be do finish to finish.
So you have written the example project executed phase by phase as build drawings. So can you please clarify the example?
Yes, sir. Sir, normally the drawings which were provided, let's say the cable laying or termination. So as per drawing, you have completed the work. But since you start the pre-commissioning of the project, then you do the changes.
Mhm.
based upon those changes, you have to make the drawing again that you
Oh,
need
these
to
are called
submit to the
as-built drawings.
client.
Yeah. I mean the final structure of the the product or the complex or the commissioned equipments, right?
Mm,
So I can visualize it, I can see it. We also do it in the IT industry. If we are going to set up the data center, we start with the initial drawing. Now, what happens when we are doing the work? On the way, we have to do a little bit of change in the physical. When we start doing the physical work, we face some constraint which we cannot anticipate in the drawing. So we have to reroute the cables. We have
yes,
to
yes.
change the placement of certain racks, certain servers, certain
Yes.
the power banks. Okay.
Cable trees, then
Yes.
position of battery bank.
Yes, the position of the battery bank we have to change. Sometimes, due to the climatic conditions which are not foreseen. So when we start working on the site, we realize that due to the climatic condition of this particular place, so we'll have to shift certain sensitive items which are sensitive to the moisture. We have to shift it to the top floor. Okay. So then as we finish the project, we also provide as-built layout diagram. Okay, so this is done finish to finish, and I agree with this example. So rest of you guys, please tell me, and you Abhishek and Asif, please tell me, do you agree with this example?
Yeah.
Is it
So for my
understood?
project also it's like a snag list. When you complete the project, you have to do some like a snag list with the client. You do the walkthrough. There's some touch up, something they have to do that, and sometimes they do that as building also. So both
Correct,
can be
correct. So as compared to the intended drawing or the intentional drawing, so you have to make some last minute adjustments in the physical placement. So you have to provide the as-built drawing so that it is easy for the client team, operational or maintenance team, to maintain the equipments, right? So as-built
Correct.
drawings are very much useful. They are useful for maintaining the entire thing during the lifetime of the product. So as-built drawings, they are made only in the finish to finish manner. We can do it after that also, but that will not be smart. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah, correct, sir.
So, I will show you the dependency check. The dependency check is very, very simple. So suppose if I'm not executing the project at all, do I need as-built drawings? No. No. So it means the as-built drawings is dependent. So as-built drawings is having a dependency. That is why there is a relationship. Now, guys, do you see what is the meaning of the dependency? Dependency is determined by your engineering knowledge, and the relationship is established by your project management knowledge. Your project management knowledge says that in this case, the finish to finish will be useful, because when the project execution is finished phase by phase, for each of the phase, I will have the as-built drawings ready for the customer, and I will present it to the customer for their purposes of maintenance and operation. Right, guys? Is this clear? So this is the finish to finish. Okay. Now, guys, let us do one thing. So right now it is 7:46 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So I think that we can continue the rest of the training tomorrow, right? So tomorrow, tomorrow we will cover the rule number. We'll complete the 3, 4, and 5. So 4 and 5, and then the 5 is basically about the resources. So we will start sharply at 10 a.m., right? So today there was some delay because another person was enrolling. So his system did not work. So we tried during the lunchtime. So he can do it in the next batch. So tomorrow we'll start sharply at 10 a.m. So what about you, Asif? Will you be joining tomorrow?